Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 12th, 2024, meeting of the Fitchburg Zoning Board of Appeals. I am now calling the meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting an audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast. I ask that if anyone in the audience is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by standing and stating your name and city of residence. I see none. We usually see none because FATV provides
a great job.
Such a great job of making our recordings and meetings public long-term. So at this time, I'm going to remind everybody to put your electronic devices in silent mode so that we can all enjoy each other's company. And I will check to make sure I have done the same. All right. I'd like to open our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Byrne, I'm going to ask that you lead us. Would you lead us? Oh,
I will,
yes.
when everybody stands.
Thank you, everyone.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
God bless
Thank you, everyone. All right. So we are going to begin our meeting a little differently this time. We have an item that was placed on the agenda that is not normally on our agenda, and that is a very specific communications regarding 1341 Rindge Road. This was to address the receipt of a status report that is due monthly from the owner. She has provided the status report for October. There is 10 copies that have been placed on the table, and anyone here is welcome to receive it, read it. If we run out of copies and you would like one emailed to you, anyone may request a copy by emailing the Building Secretary and Zoning Secretary, Mercedes Mata. Her email is mmata@fitchburgma.gov. The Zoning Board does several things which require public hearings. And so our public hearings are for variances, special permits, appeals, findings, or reviews. And we have certain notice requirements that must be followed when we are going to open a public meeting, close a public meeting, hold a public meeting. The listing of communications is not a public hearing, and that means that it does not carry with it the opportunity for oral public comment that we always make available when we have a hearing. Public comment is for a particular matter during the hearing that is scheduled. On 1341 Rindge Road, we have had 10, 15 public hearings, at all of which public comment was allowed. There will be no period for oral public comment tonight. However, because I want to make sure that the public understands that its comments have been received, what I am going to be doing is reading orally into the record the written comments that we have received that have been sent to the city, that have been sent to city councilors, that have been sent to various departments. So I will be reading those into the record. After those have been read into the record, we will move on to the first item hearing on the agenda, which is the review of 285 River Street. I am going to start, labeled these, with a letter from Monique and Lee Lavoie. I am a resident of Woodland Estates, an active 55-plus community in Fitchburg. I am writing in reference to the issue before the ZBA, ZBA 2023-08. The board is requiring the building of a community center in order to complete the Woodland Estates project. The residents have taken a vote and are opposed to the addition of the community center. The vote count: in favor 4, opposed 39, unavailable 3, 2 homes unoccupied. The addition of the maintenance costs of this building spread out over 48 households in a community of people mostly on fixed income would increase the lot rents by a concerning amount. Had this building been added early in the project, so those of us moving in already had the cost of maintenance included in the lot rental, it would have been a known part of our budget planning and would not be an issue. At this stage, however, we do not see the benefits of this addition offsetting the sudden increase in cost. We are on the agenda for the 12 November meeting of the ZBA and will express our opposition to this building requirement. Regards, Monique and Lee Lavoie. And I'm just going to comment again, referring to the opening. There is not an opportunity for public comment on this matter. There is not a hearing today. The next letter. This is from William Achu, and I apologize if I mispronounce anybody's name, and Karen Sanchez. I, William Achu, and Karen Ann, I think, Sanchez, we are residents of Woodland Estates, 55-plus active community, Fitchburg, MA. We are writing in reference to the issue before the Zoning Boards of Appeals, ZBA 2023-08. The board is requiring the building of a community center in order to complete. So I'm going to note that I think that a number of people pooled their resources and had a form letter that they sent in order to express their support. This is exactly the same as the prior letter. So I'm going to note again that it was sent by William Achu and Karen Ann Sanchez, expressing their opposition to the building of the community center. The next letter is from David Chandler. Hello, Mercedes. I'm David Chandler. We spoke on the phone yesterday about the community center proposed for Woodland Estates, ZBA 2023-08. Per our conversation, I am attaching the spreadsheet I used for the vote count and a copy of the meeting minutes where a voice vote took place. I did not differentiate between votes taken at the meeting and those I got going around door to door. The vote was 1 vote per household. Please let me know if you have any questions or difficulties with the attachments. Thank you for the helpful information on the call yesterday. The checklist was given to us. I don't really want to publicize the way that people might have voted on an individual matter, but I note the count. We do have notes from proposed community center meeting October 10th, 2024 at 167 Nigel Court, which I will read into the record. The ZBA said at their last meeting that they are here for the will of the people, residents of Woodland Estates. The board will create a petition to present to the ZBA stating, we, the residents of Woodland Estates, do not want the proposed community center because of the additional cost to us. We see no benefit to us, and we will not support it. Notes. If the rent goes up $20, can we get an itemized list of costs? Tom Davis will check into the legality of this request. An itemized list was requested by one of the residents and was told no. The cost of the new building would not include the price of the building, the purchase price Joanne must pay for. The residents would be responsible for the monthly utilities, including utilities, gas and electric, water and sewer, insurance, approximately $1,200 a year. A rough estimate of $800 per month divided by 48 equals 16. This is provisional pending ZBA approval as well as state approval. Also, the Conservation Commission has not officially approved the whole plan. Construction would begin in 6 months at best. Construction costs are Joanne's only. No, Joanne cannot build another residence in the spot. Can anyone go to the ZBA meetings as well as the Conservation Commission meetings? There is a 50-person capacity. Will there be a user fee for private use? Yes, but it would be a cleanup deposit. There would be a half basement with a crawl space. A resident-owned community's monthly rent can be lower because they own it. Joanne will save money because she's not paying Josh $200,000 a year. The 8 acres she gave the city of Fitchburg should lower Joanne's cost. When the project is done, our rent should also go down. Bottom line, plan on paying no less than $20 and no more than $50 per month. The next letter was forwarded to us from Councilor Fleming. I don't appear to have a name as to the sender. Thank you for this opportunity to express the will of the people, residents of Woodland Estates. It's our understanding that the zoning board wants a building put in the park and to call it a recreational center for the residents. We have endured, tolerated this issue for some time, hearing many proposals, watching this board extend deadline after deadline, impose conditions and fines. It has not been effective. We are now resigned with a structure we don't want, a 27 by 54 manufactured home disguised as a rec center. There is nothing about this structure that resembles or customized as a rec center. We, the residents, want a significant impact on this present decision, not a decision based on 20 years ago. There was a contractual agreement of some sort. With all due respect, we, the residents, feel Joanne, as well as the zoning board members, have very little regard for the residents, and one could almost call it elder abuse. We are on a fixed income. Asked Joanne repeatedly the cost we would have to absorb. Still no definitive answer other than if we want internet, we pay for it. If we want a TV, we pay for it. I asked her for an itemized bill. She responded no. If a building is the only thing the zoning board requires her to do, there's a shack nearby on the premise that if you move it over 20 feet, you could call that a rec center. At this point, we don't want to absorb the cost of maintaining and furnishing this manufactured home. We already have one to maintain, and we certainly don't think it benefits us in any way. My suggestions would be to fill the large hole we have been looking at for some time now, plant grass and give us green space, pave it over and put up a parking lot, or jazz up the gazebo, make it handicapped accessible, and call that our rec center. There are no sidewalks in the park, and many residents walk in the street, which is a safety concern. Design an accessible walkway. We would get more use from a designated handicap accessible walkway. Please give these suggestions considerable thought. Thank you, Councilor Fleming, for forwarding this to the zoning board. The next letter is from Serena Canestraro. My name is Serena Canestraro, and I am a resident of Woodland Estates, an active 55-plus community in Fitchburg. I am writing in reference to the Zoning Board of Appeals, ZBA 2023-08. This is an additional one of the form letters. She expresses her opposition to the building requirement at this time. The next letter is from Mary and Anthony Lawrence. We have lived at 138 Nigel Court on Woodland Estate for 4 years now. We are still amazed at the vision that led this housing solution for our community. Starting from aging mobile homes in a rocky area, Joanne McGurn has developed an up-to-date retirement solution for many of us empty nesters who are looking to downsize and could not find a suitable house in the towns around Fitchburg. This project has taken advantage of the utilities provided in the area by the city of Fitchburg, a modern water and sewer system, and by Unitil, electrical service that supports solar power generation to build a community of prefabricated homes. In the 4 years we have lived here, we have not found any need for a community center. In the summer, we meet on the green at the gazebo, sharing food and conversation, while in the winter, we meet one another in our homes. We oppose the ZBA requirement that this quite unnecessary building be built. Sincerely, Mary and Anthony Lawrence. The next letter was delivered anonymously. To the Zoning Board of Appeals. I'm a resident of Woodland Estates. I am an active member of this community. I am totally in favor of our community center. However, I am not in favor of the most recent plan for this building. I do not think our community center should look like every other home in this community. In the first plan, there is an extremely large community room. In the second plan, the community room is a much smaller room, and a game room was added. Why? I don't know. Our community room should be able to hold the majority of our residents. The only reason I would have been against our center is that Joanne cannot/will not give us an approximate monthly dollar amount so that we could budget for it. I would strongly support the first plan for our community center only after we got a figure from Joanne. I, along with a number of other residents, do not trust Joanne, especially after she told some of us in front of the president of the WEHA board that she has taken out an $800,000 mortgage for this building that, quote, someone has to pay for it, or, quote, that the cost for the building was going to be included in our rent. Of course, I wasn't present for the conversations, but after hearing the same thing from other residents, I would trust my sources. I hope you'll consider this information when you make your decision for our community center. If this message is going to be made public, I do not wish to have my name involved. Thank you for your time. Okay. So that is all of the written public comment that we have received on this matter. I am not going to have, just as the public did not have an opportunity to comment because this is not a public hearing, the board is not going to have an opportunity to comment on these public statements until this matter is scheduled for a hearing again before the board. And we have, as I recall, no specific date for the next review hearing. That was the meeting you were absent from.
For what, Mike?
What?
Do I have to put this? For what I recall, it was stated that petitioner is supposed to submit a writing request to be put it back on the agenda.
Right. So the next time that there will be a public hearing on the agenda is when Ms. McGurn schedules a public hearing on the agenda before this board. And that will be a review hearing, unless she provides us with some other document on which to hold a hearing. Let's see. Each month, a progress report is due. The progress report will be made available to the public each month at the meeting. We will have paper copies, and again, anyone is free to contact Ms. Mata at the building department, and we can happily send you a copy of the report that we received from Ms. McGurn. All right, so we are now going to move on to the first hearing on our agenda, and that is calling ZBA 23-31, Lauren Nario, 285 River Street. Ms. Nario, are you here? Great. And Mr. Antonio is going to recuse. Mr. Gallagher is going to recuse himself due to a conflict of interest from this hearing. All right. So anyone who would like to stay and listen to the rest of the meeting, you're welcome. I'm going to allow a few minutes for people who would like to leave to go ahead. Ms. Nario, I'm going to give a little instruction on our meeting before we begin your precise hearing. So we are in the reviews section of the meeting. That means that we are calling back for review cases that have already had a decision on them. And our review is centered on whether the conditions that have been listed in the decision have been complied with, are in progress, and we're looking at always achieving full compliance with the conditions and releasing the matter from our agenda. So you have received previously a special permit to conduct an auto sales and auto body business, and you're located in the neighborhood business district. I believe that the permit was granted on November 16th of 2023. The last time you were here was the last meeting, but we unfortunately couldn't get a quorum to hear you. So now you are here, and I am hopeful that you're going to be reporting to us that you've achieved full compliance with the conditions and we're ready to release. So why don't you, I'm going to go through each condition with you, but why don't you let me know how it's been going and where you are with the business?
Okay. Well, business has been okay. Obviously, shortly after we opened up, they closed the road for work that we didn't know was going to be going on. So that obviously has severely impacted our business. Our traffic count has been cut down to about probably 15% of what it was. So as you can imagine, it has been very difficult for us. We've been open for a year, but technically not allowed in the building to work for probably less than 6 months. So we are very excited to get this process hopefully over with so that we can go back to work, because my husband still has to get back to work. And yeah, we would really like to get this over with at this point. I think that it's been long enough. I think that we have done everything in our power to comply with the request of the board to make sure that we have dotted all of our I's and crossed all of our T's, and I think that we've done so, and respectively, I think that we've done so. So,
Good.
yeah.
So you've received your licensing?
Yep,
for the
we've
auto
had all of
sales?
that. Yep.
Great. Wonderful. And you've been in operation for 6 months, you said?
Shortly after I got my dealer's license, we were allowed to go in the building, and then I had to do, obviously, the building permit and all of that. So it's been probably just under 6 months that we've really actually been operating out of the building.
Okay. If the board had any control over the renovations to our street system, we would definitely try to help you out. Unfortunately, we don't.
Yeah.
And every time I go that way, I have the same issue. I am glad that you're down at the other end, so at least you're more accessible from Kimball Street.
Yes.
And not right up near where the construction is going on.
Yeah, that would have been a lot harder, I assume.
So I'm going to go through all of the conditions. You let me know whether you believe you're in compliance or any other comments you want to make on them.
Sure.
So first, the special permit is issued for auto repairs, auto body repairs, and auto sales, but you must obtain a motor vehicles dealer's license and any other required permits prior to beginning auto sales on the premises, and you've received the license. Okay.
We've got all of our permits and licensing.
Petitioner to complete removal of any junk, scrap, or unoperated vehicles or parts within 30 days and provide proof in the form of pictures sent to the building department. And I believe that was completed a while ago.
Yeah, that was completed within the first month.
And I will say, on my observation of the building, I saw it was being kept in good order, so thank you for that. No exterior storage of motor vehicle parts or supplies, and a maximum of 8 vehicles displayed for sale. Are you in compliance with that?
Yep.
I did not observe any difference. No junk or unoperated vehicle storage outside, with the term junk or inoperable meaning vehicles that are unregistered with expired inspections unless they are held for sale for no more than 60 days.
Yep.
Correct. Hours of operation Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Sundays noon to 5 p.m.
Yes.
That's a continuing condition, obviously, as are the ones about no storage of junk vehicles, no storage of parts, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to operate in compliance with the January 14th, 2020 plot plan submitted by the prior permit holder, showing the snow removal, storage, and lined parking spaces for vehicles. Again, ongoing condition. Applicants shall schedule a review of any proposed spray booth with the board prior to starting any spray booth operations. Have you started spray booth operations yet?
No, we're not going to have a spray booth in the building. We're not required to because of the square footage of the building itself, so we're still in compliance, but we're not going to need a spray booth because we're not doing full painting. We're just doing parts, basically.
A little part here and there, okay. Sunset clause, and this again is ongoing, the special permit will expire or terminate upon the sale or transfer of the business from Lauren and Jorge Nario Sasha Automotive LLC, and the special permit is limited to the operations at 285 River Street, obviously. And we have still the business held in the same ownership entity?
Yep.
Okay, great. So that's all of the conditions. I'm going to see if there is any public comment on this case. If anybody wants to make a public comment, please raise your hand. None present in person. If there is an online participant who would like to make comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm going to go to board members. Mr. Reynolds, any comment?
Only that I'm happy that the applicant has satisfied all of the conditions, and thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne? Okay. Mr. Talbot, any comment or question?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gallagher had to recuse himself. Mr. McLaughlin, any comment or question?
Mr. and Mrs. Nario. Apologize. It seems like you've had some stumbling blocks. Number one was the road construction.
Yeah.
Were there other issues that impeded your ability to kind of get up and going quicker?
No. It's just been a long process.
Yeah.
It's been, from the beginning, to be honest, it's been very difficult. Go up to the third floor, get a piece of paper, bring it down to the first floor. Then take another piece of paper up to the third floor, then go to the second floor. Have them stamp it, have them print the paper on the first floor, bring it up to the third floor. It's very repetitive. I mean, I think I've probably wasted about 10 or 15 tax compliance certificates from the city hall, and I mean, also that we could apply for licensing and permitting before we could even get into the building and actually start making money. And then, traffic count being obviously down to, I think we said it was about 20% of what it used to be. I mean, it's been difficult. We've been up against a lot of obstacles, and then, not being able to put the lines in the parking lot right away because it was raining for a month at a time, and we couldn't do anything with paint outside until that was cleared up. I mean, obviously that's beyond our control, but it's been a grueling process. It's been very difficult, and there's been a lot going on. And again, we want to get it over with so that I don't have to keep coming back every few months. And as much as I want to see everybody, I kind of don't anymore. I want to go home.
And, the reason for my question was, so you could vocalize a little bit publicly on are the things that the city as a whole can do better to improve on these processes. I hope we met your expectations in trying to expedite as quickly as possible and, have conditions that were reasonable for
Absolutely.
you to be successful.
Yes.
That's it. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I don't have any further comment. When I went by the business, I was very happy with the way it was being kept and operated. So I look forward to the traffic issue resolving itself soon for many reasons, but especially for the success of your business. And I hope you have a long and healthy business life here with the city.
Thank you very much. We truly take pride in living and working in the city of Fitchburg, and we're doing our best to to make everybody proud of us. So, we do appreciate everything that you guys have done. I hope that that point is expressed.
So with that, I am, without objection, going to close the review hearing. Is there any board member who wants to make a comment on this matter other than putting forward a motion to approve the review?
I'll make a motion to approve the review with no further reviews necessary.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, so the review is approved. Remember, if you do end up putting a spray booth in for any reason, come back and talk to us.
Yep.
You're always welcome to reach out to the building department and schedule a meeting if that's the case. Otherwise, we don't need to see you again except to purchase a car.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate your time.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
If I-
Mr.
if-
Commissioner.
if I could, a lot of those issues that you noted about running up and down have now been addressed through our online permitting system. So a lot of those things now have been digitized, so you don't have to actually come into City Hall to do it.
I did hear that was going to be coming, so I'm very happy to hear that it's streamlined now.
Yes, and it's still a work in progress. We're working with the Treasurer's Office to make it so that for tax compliance, you don't actually have to get the tax compliance certificate. They can just have a sign-off on the applications and so on. So it's still a work in progress, but we have made some progress.
I'm happy to hear it. I am.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you for that feedback.
Have a good
Thank you
evening.
very much, everybody.
All right. I'm going to call the next matter on the agenda. This is ZBA 2023-15, Nadel Antonio, 348 Elm Street. This is a review of a special permit under Section 181.332 of the Fitchburg zoning ordinance to reinstate a vacant or abandoned nonconforming mixed-use structure, changing the use to another nonconforming less detrimental use as a duplex pursuant to Section 181.94, located in the residential C district. Mr. Antonio, welcome back.
Thanks.
And I think does Mr. Gallagher know he can return?
Ready to go.
Would you mind? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Antonio, I think we're going to have a great meeting tonight with you.
Wonderful. Good to
Good.
hear.
Good. So, this is a review hearing. However, this is the first hearing at which we have an updated plan. If you remember, during the decision meeting, we had given you an option between 10 feet of green space or putting at least 2 parking spaces within the building. And you have, to my great satisfaction, chosen parking. And it's my understanding that you've been able to put the entire 4 spaces needed for this use into the building. I am going to put up on our screens a copy of the plan that you've given. If I can do that. All right. I'm going to enlarge this a little bit. So this is the first page of the plan, and it indicates that you're going to be able to fit 2 vehicles underneath on each side of the front of the building. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Why don't I stop talking for a moment and you tell me a little more about it?
Wonderful. Like you said, last meeting, you gave me the option, and we obviously went with the easier option will be putting the vehicles right in front of the house, having the clear space. The lot that I have, I'm just going to not involve in this project now. Maybe in the future I can work something out with the neighbor of where the lot is to give them parking, but for now my goal would be to put the parking spots on the house. There's also another spot on the left-hand side of the stairs. I know the plan wasn't really sure, but there also is a little space that can be used for parking and for our construction trucks once we're doing a construction.
All right, so I'm going to come down a little bit. I think the front and side of the building might help us with that visual.
Yeah, it'll be on the left-hand side of the stairs of the print on the left, bottom left. They always park a truck there, but we're not going to use it for parking, but there is space there for another vehicle.
So I just want to be clear with this, because I think we've all gone to the site, obviously, several times, and we've seen that you've given us a plot plan. It looks like there's a parking spot that is being used by the neighbor to the left, and I think we all assumed that it belonged to the neighbor.
There's 3 parking spaces there. 2 of them is for the neighbor, and then the other parking spot is for this property.
Okay.
You can see on the ground level plan, on the property line, you can see the space on there when it comes out. But like I said, we're not going to use that parking. There'll be just a space there for snow maybe or whatever.
So I see a very faint dotted
Yeah,
line to the
unfortunately
left.
on there it looks very faint, yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Commissioner, you and I had looked at this plan a little bit, and he's gone outside. So I think there had been a request for a clearer plan to be sent. Mr. Commissioner, I'm just going to ask, did you receive a clear enough plan from Mr. Antonio?
Yes, he emailed me, and I thought I forwarded you the updated plan.
Okay.
I think the problem is maybe when you fax it.
Yeah.
Because the prints that I have.
Yeah, the email you sent was better.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Could blame Mercedes for that.
I'm not going to.
I wouldn't blame Mercedes for anything.
You do not bite the hand that feeds you.
Mercedes is helping you by doing this instead of you uploading.
You're definitely, I agree with that. You're right with that.
Okay. Right. So in this plan, as modified, when I go back to looking on the front elevation, there used to be a shared stairway down the center, and now you've moved that, so there will be a kind of a walkway and then 2 separate stairways coming down on each side?
That is correct. And it'll be back more from original settings.
All right. And is there going to be a cover on that deck? Any roofing or?
No, no cover.
Okay. I'm going to ask about the whether there's any more detail to the windows that then is displayed right here. So normally with a residential building, you have some, I always get the word wrong, and I ended up calling them minions, but they're mullions. Mullions in the window. Is there going to be any detail like that?
I wasn't planning to, but I don't mind doing it.
Okay. And is there going to be trim around the window, or is it just going to be?
Just the window itself. No trim, no.
What is, I assume this is just a basic drawing, so there's, yeah.
Yeah, they're not permit set yet.
Are the windows going to open?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, they're like 36 by 60 inches.
Okay. And they'll be easily openable with a screen, not the kind that cranks out? And
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not. No cranks.
What materials are you going to use to construct the walkway and the stairs?
That will all be PT, pressure-treated wood
Okay.
out there.
So you're going to stain or paint and then have to maintain?
That is correct, yep.
Yeah. Did the addition of the parking require any other modifications to the plan? So for instance, did you have to modify the support system? Are you going to need to dig down at all?
No, so there's actually the foundation wall in the front that we're removing to get the 10 feet. We're going to add it on the back, so we have to remove the front foundation wall. That looks crappy now when you look at it, so that will be pushed back 10 feet, and that will also be a support for the structure.
Okay,
That would be a modification that we're doing.
okay. I'm sure there's going to be further details that are required by the building department in your plans to get a building permit. That's, not something that we need to go through in great deal, as long as you eventually have something that meets code, is safe, is structurally sound. That's really the goal of the board here. So what I'm going to do next is go through the conditions that we discussed. We're having a technical glitch at the building department, and I know that your original decision has not been issued yet, but we have the conditions, so I'm going to read them to you, and we'll
Okay.
go through them right now. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay. Number 1, the premises shall be operated as a two-family dwelling of no more than 2 bedrooms per dwelling unit, and the plan has been modified to reflect no more than 2 bedrooms, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The existing foundation shall be removed for a depth of 10 feet from the existing building front line closest to the street, so that's the 10-foot pushback that we were talking about. Prior to any construction commencing, the petitioner shall provide an opinion letter from a certified engineer based on an on-site inspection, verifying that the existing foundation and structure with proposed modifications is sound, safe, and compliant with all applicable codes, and that the building commissioner review and approve that opinion. So you had sent us an October 18th, 2024 affidavit from architect Robert Therian. Have all board members received a copy of this letter? Okay.
Yes, no.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, have you had the opportunity to review and approve the letter, or is that something that still needs to happen?
That still needs to happen.
Okay, very good. So thank you for providing the letter. We're going to need the review and approval.
No problem.
Petitioner shall provide a plan that fully depicts the project as proposed, which shall be subject to further review by the board. And I think that was my warning to you, that there's likely to be modifications at this meeting. Petitioner shall provide at least one of the following at petitioner's option. A green space between the building and the street line, at least 10 feet in depth. And it's my understanding we did not elect that option. We're going with the other one, which is at least 2 compliant parking spaces within the building, 1 being allocated to each dwelling unit. And you have chosen to put all 4 there. The existing foundation shall be resurfaced, and the applicant shall present a plan to the board describing the resurfacing. The board shall conduct a full review of the proposed plan when designs have been submitted and may modify, remove, or add to the conditions of the special permit. Parking area on separate lot to be completed and paved except for the final top coat prior to construction. And that was relative to the issue of construction vehicle parking. We'll have a discussion about that issue. At the review hearing, petitioner shall provide a plan for the development of the parking lot compliant with provisions of the zoning ordinance regarding landscaping, screening, and drainage. Again, we'll discuss that condition. So I think we're going to look at a modification on conditions 8 and 9, which have to do with the separate parking area. You are not going to develop that because you don't need it to provide parking. And what I'd like you to do is talk about, what you're going to do to address the concern about vehicles during construction. You have the 1 space that you say is on the left side of the building available. What's going to happen when you have more than 1 construction vehicle there?
So what would happen is we're first going to go and demo that wall in the front for the 10 feet for the foundation, which will allow us now 4 vehicles to fit in there for construction.
Okay.
Usually, let's say the plumbers go. Only the plumbers will be there doing the plumbing work. Sprinkler guys, electrician, only them will be there at a time. That way there's less people in the job site working as well. But the goal is to have 1 tray at a time to work in there.
Okay. So the parking is 8 feet tall,
Correct.
right? So a big truck is not going to fit in there.
A
but
box
it
truck
should-
won't, but a pickup truck should.
A pickup truck should fit in there?
Absolutely, yeah, especially backed up.
And there'll be a fair amount of space in between the building and the street. It's going to be at least 10 feet between the building and the street,
Absolutely, yeah.
so that.
And it'll be 3 feet away from the sidewalk, sorry, buffer.
Plus 3 feet away from the sidewalk, so we got at least 13 feet.
Correct.
So that during construction, perhaps we could have a nose-in construction vehicle, and the rest of it sticks out.
Yeah.
Are you going to be bringing any big equipment onto the lot?
Not at all. We already demoed everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mother Nature demoed everything for us already, so
Mm-hmm.
luckily we won't have no big equipment at all.
Okay,
The framers, pretty much the wood is there for the framers already.
Mm-hmm.
We'll bring in obviously more wood, but besides that, I don't see big box trucks. It's our pickup trucks and smaller SUVs.
while the front is open, are you going to maintain any kind of safety fencing to alleviate the same concerns we had, when the building?
So currently, we have a fence there.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want, I can leave it up until that's closed up,
Mm-hmm.
the foundation in the back, or I can leave it up until the whole project is done. I'm okay with that,
Okay,
at least in the front.
all right.
We can always close the gates every day and close them up.
Okay. And then I'd like a written description of what you're going to do for the resurfacing of the,
Foundation.
yeah, but can you tell me orally what the plan is right now?
So we resurface it with concrete. You mix concrete up and you make it nice and flat. On top of that, we're going to put insulation and inside it.
Okay. So from the exterior, it's not going to have any more cracks and?
Yeah, no, that will all get sealed up, yeah. It will get sealed up, it'll get mortared, and then we'll put an insulation board on it, and then we cover up with siding. It's not just a cover-up, it will be actually sealed.
Okay. All right. I am going to move on to see if we have any public or board comment before we look at modification of the conditions. So first, I'm going to see if is anyone present here today who would like to make a comment or ask a question on this matter? Seeing none, if there's any person present virtually who would like to make a comment on this matter, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I am going to go to board comment. Mr. Byrne, would you like to ask a question or make a comment?
I would. I was just handed this affidavit signed by the architect, and upon looking at this, I get to paragraph 4, and it says, "At this writing, it has been determined," and I think that should say that instead of at, but that portions of the existing foundation are sound condition. But here's what I'm worried about. "And other portions will require replacement or structural modification and reinforcement." I don't see anything here that shows us where those particular places are, but have they been given to the building department so they know what needs to be reconstructed and which need to be resurfaced, et cetera?
Correct. That was the front wall that we're actually removing, and we're doing a new foundation in the back, 10 feet back.
Good. Love to hear it, but where's it written?
You're absolutely right. It's not written on here, but that was what he meant. It's the front wall that we're removing and putting in the back.
Maybe you can get him to send an addendum so that we could find and know
Absolutely.
where these,
Changes.
Yep. I agree.
modifications need to be made.
Great question, Mr. Byrne. Thank you.
What?
Mr. Reynolds,
I don't have any great questions.
any mediocre
You have
questions?
little questions, huh?
Okay. Mr. Talbot, any questions, comments, or concerns?
I have no questions at this time, but I really do like the revised plan with the parking underneath. That came out nice.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the vehicles will be totally under the building, or will they protrude out past the building line?
There will be a little bit coming out under the PT. I want to say like 2 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
About 2 feet, so there
Yeah.
won't be garage doors?
There will be no garage doors. It's an open
Parking
concept.
is open.
Yep, all an open concept, yep. all you'll see is a foundation wall going up,
Thank you.
which will be sided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you. The foundation where, presently there are windows, doors that I assume are going to be closed up, right, due to the redesign. Will those be cinder blocked and insulated and then skimmed like the rest of the foundation?
On the first floor or the garage level?
Anywhere?
Anywhere? Depends the location. We're using some of the stuff on the first floor, and in the basement, we are going to cover them with cinder block and mortar, yes.
Okay, so basically, any windows or doors that will no longer be used will be cinder blocked and skimmed to match the foundation?
That is correct, which we don't have much of it, to be honest. We're reusing as much as we can.
Okay,
For holes already.
all right, thank you. Long-term, what's going to happen with the small lot? Because if it's not developable, what's the long-term use for it? Just looking.
I don't want to tell you my secret, but my secret will be to sell it to the people next door.
Okay,
They need parking.
that's on either side, right? I'm just looking for what's the, long-term solution for the neighborhood. Let's say they don't buy it. Is it just going to sit there as a hayfield or?
Oh, no, I mean, the goal will be that hopefully in a few years, you'll let me build something on it, like a little home. I know right now it's 5,000 square feet requirement, right? And I think I'm shy under that. I'm not sure how much, but if I can build a little home on there, it'll be great,
Okay,
which I also have prints for that.
okay. And then I guess the only other concern that I know a fair amount of the board members had was, due to the density of the neighborhood limiting the number of occupants. And I just look at the plans, nice job. But we've got 2 home offices in each one, and realistically, the third floor, that office, it's another bedroom. So how do we mitigate trying to keep that from, increasing the density? That's it.
That should be a game room, not an office. The office should be downstairs, but you're right, it's labeled as an office. But it's more like a game room, recreational room.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Thank you for bringing the extra room to my attention. I'm going to warn you, if this turns into a 3-bedroom per unit, the board, will bring you back for compliance issues on that, or the owner at that time, if you do sell it. I'm really happy with the reduction down to 2 bedrooms. I am ecstatic at the on-site parking. I think that is going to be of great benefit to the neighborhood, of great benefit to the occupants, and even of great benefit to you, because I think your construction costs are going to go way down because of that.
Agree.
So I was really happy to see that.
Thank
Are we
you.
able to make the bedrooms bigger,
They're big now.
the 2, and then it'll.
Yeah, I mean,
some
so I just
construction
recently have a
costs?
baby, and I need myself, let's say, space for the baby to run around and be safe. So that'll be something like that, where whoever comes in here and have a small child, they have a space where it's baby-proof. They can walk around, they can run around and have that game room,
So I'll note there is it 1.5 bathrooms per unit, or 2
Correct.
full?
It should be 1.5.
1.5, right?
Actually, I lied. It's 2.5. 2 on
Better
the
to
second
admit the
floor.
lie, sir.
2 on the second floor and 1.5 on the first. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So I'm going back to our existing conditions, and I am going to have an open discussion here on what might need modification, what might need to be eliminated and what might need to be added. So operated as a two-family with no more than 2 bedrooms per unit can stay. Removal of the existing foundation to a depth of 10 feet can stay. Condition number 3, prior to any construction commencing, the petitioner shall provide an opinion letter from a certified engineer based on an on-site inspection verifying that the existing foundation and structure with proposed modifications is sound, safe, and compliant with all applicable codes, and that the building commissioner review and approve that opinion. I think we should add an addendum identifying the portions of the existing foundation which require replacement, structural modifications, or reinforcement
Thank you.
from the engineer shall be submitted within 30 days prior to receiving building commissioner approval. Number 4 was to provide a plan fully depicting the project as supposed, subject to further review by the board. No need to modify. Number 5 was the option between the green space and at least 2 compliant parking spaces within the building. No need to modify. The existing foundation shall be resurfaced, and the applicant shall present a plan to the board describing the resurfacing. That is outstanding. Mr. McLaughlin, do you see any need to modify that? Okay, thank you. Number 7, a reminder that the board will conduct a full review of the proposed plan. Number 8 and 9 are relevant to the parking area on the separate lot. I would propose to the board members that we strike those provisions as they are no longer required, so long as there are 4 spaces on the lot, and instead insert a provision stating that development of the separate parking lot and any associated plans is unnecessary so long as petitioner provides compliant parking on the subject lot. Mr. McLaughlin, I think adding a condition, and this would be condition 9, given that I rewrote condition 8. A condition that any unused windows or doors creating an opening within the foundation shall be cinder blocked, skim coated, and resurfaced together with the remainder of the foundation. Number 10, petitioner shall install residential style windows, including mullions, which open and are screened. Does anyone else have a condition to propose? Okay. How long do you think that you will take to complete construction?
After the building permit gets approved, I want to say 1 year.
Okay.
A to Z.
How long do you think it will be until you reach the point of construction where the first 10 feet have been removed from the building?
Within 3 months
Within
or
3
sooner, yeah.
Okay. I don't want to do a lot of reviews, but I do want to set a bit of a review before you get all the way through construction, just in case, there's something that you do and the board, as we tend to do sometimes.
Agree.
But I just want to have a little interim review, and then I think for the rest of the project, we would leave it to you to come back to us when you're done. So because of that, I do propose that we hold the certificate of occupancy on this project. Is there any objection to holding certificate of occupancy on the project? I
No.
don't see. So that's going to be condition 10,
11? Sorry.
maybe. Doing it on the fly here. The next condition will be that the certificate of occupancy shall not issue until the ZBA, comma, as a board or through its chair, comma, has approved compliance, full compliance with the conditions of the special permit. For now, let's set a review date of, are you really going to be that far in March?
Well, if we're going to do a 1 year, I think 6 months will be great, or be something in the halfway.
Yeah, so I definitely want to review when you have taken that wall back. So you think 6 months would be a certain?
Yeah, that way I'm more ahead upstairs as well. Maybe you guys want to take a visit and check out the property.
Okay, so that would put us, I think, in May. What is the May 2025 date?
Madam Chair, I got a question. If I finish before the 1 year, can I always come back?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you. What I want to do is set a review date where we can look at the setback of the foundation before you're fully compliant,
Okay.
fully completed with construction. And then the next thing that's going to happen after that, I want to see you back when the conditions are completed. So in an attempt to try to cut down on our review hearings, where we're going to look at the thing that we think needs to be looked at, and then it's going to be up to you to schedule a hearing when you are completed with the conditions, so you can receive that certificate of occupancy.
Understood.
Okay? So our review date is going to be May 13th, 2025. It's going to be the final condition unless anybody has any further comment.
May what?
May 13th. The board has the right to recall you before that if there's an issue we want to address. And if you want to schedule a sooner meeting with us. And this is something especially where we're kind of leaving it up to you to let us know when you're done. If you have a question, or if you're not sure about your proceeding with the right way, please ask to come back and see us, because we'd be happy to talk it over with you. I'd rather do that than have you do a portion of the construction and have us then be concerned that it doesn't meet the conditions of the special permit. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Because what we all want to see is for you to have a successful project completed in good time. Mr. McLaughlin, I'm going to add a condition that the site is to be kept clean during construction, with no construction debris and any dumpsters emptied regularly. That is our usual condition. And given that, without further objection, I'm going to look for a motion on the continuance with conditions amended as stated.
I'll make a motion under ZBA 2023-15 for the property at 348 Elm Street for Nadella Antonio, with the amended conditions as stated by the chair.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Have a
Great.
good night.
Thank you for
Appreciate
coming.
You too.
All right, the next matter on our agenda is ZBA 23-39. This is Rayco Motors, Harold Mateo, 447 Water Street. Review of a special permit under Section 181.313D, 11 and 12, to reestablish a business as a small motor vehicle sales and repair shop pursuant to Section 181.94, located in Neighborhood Business District. Mr. Mateo, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are
Thank
you?
you for joining us. So, I am, like our first business owners here tonight, looking forward to what I believe is going to be the final review meeting for you. So, there were two things, I'm going to call them two things, even though they're listed as three, on this permit that we were reviewing as incomplete the last time we met. So we had the striping of the parking lot that needed to be done.
Correct, that's done.
And that was according to the plan, and we had a discussion of whether it was the A or the B plan, and it had been the B plan that was approved. I've been to the lot. I see that the striping has been done, and it has been done in compliance with the B plan. And the other issue, the other condition was no exterior storage of junk or motor vehicle parts, and no inoperable or dismantled vehicles to be stored outside of the building. That is, of course, an ongoing condition, but there was an issue with a couple things that were being stored on site.
It's been cleaned up.
And have those been removed?
Yes.
Okay. I want, let's see if I can, yeah. So I am going to bring up the pictures that you shared with the building department of the striping.
Yeah.
And I'd love it if we could get that to be full screen. Okay. So we have, and this was just done over the past weekend, right?
Correct, yeah. Eventually, we will, we paved that parking lot about 3 years ago, but we're going to do some seal coating, then we'll do the lines again. But, yeah,
That'll be great.
yeah.
So there's some pictures. So we have the two customers' parking spaces in the front. And then we have the employee parking on the side, and then all of the parking for the vehicles that are for sale or being repaired. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing that. Do you have anything else that you want to add in regards to the special permit?
I do not know, just want to thank the board for your time, and I'm glad we could get everything taken care of.
Thank you. Is there any person present who wishes to make a comment on this review? Is there any person online who wishes to make a comment on this review? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm going to go see if is Mr. Reynolds, any comment? Mr. Byrne, any comment? Mr. Talbot, any comment? Mr. Gallagher, any comment?
All set.
Mr. McLaughlin, any comment?
I only have one concern. It looks really good.
Thank you. Now, if they sell me the building across the street, I'll make that one pretty as well. Stay tuned.
Would love to see that. Mr. Commissioner, any comment on the special permit?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Thank you. I'd say thank you to Mr. Mateo for sending those photos on Saturday.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Commissioner, just a sidebar, based on Mr. Mateo's comments, it might be worthwhile to visit across the street.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
That was not my intention, but
So I'm going to remind the permit holder, remind you, Mr. Mateo, that some of the conditions are ongoing. The board reserves the right to recall you in the future should it find that any of the conditions are being violated. And again, to remind you, we had a particular conversation about this at the beginning. If you are selling the property, you're selling the property, the new owner is going to want to operate this business, the new owner has to come over to
Yeah.
us to transfer the special permit.
That is correct. Yeah, we're aware of that. If I end up renting it again, which I probably will not, but you never know, we said I would still be able to run it under my.
That's correct, but that also means that if the person you're renting it to is violating any of the conditions, you're going to be the one responsible for the
100%.
violations.
Yeah,
So-
we all have to be responsible for our businesses, so.
That's right.
I'm responsible for mine,
Very good.
yeah.
All right, then I'd look for a motion on the approval of the review.
I'll make the motion under ZBA 2023-39 for Rayco Motors at 447 Water Street to approve the review with any changes to the conditions as stated by the chair.
On Mike, you want to add no further review necessary?
And no further review necessary.
Thank you.
Right. I don't believe we had any changes. We just noted that conditions were completed. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None? Thank you, Mr. Mateo.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I am, since you are here, Mr. Mateo, I'm going to call 8385 Marshall Street next. So, calling ZBA 2022-05 AG Dream Flipped LLC, 8385 Marshall Street. This is a review of the special permit under Section 181.3366 of the City of Fitchburg Code to reinstate a vacant or abandoned building as a three-family dwelling located in the residential C district. So, it is my understanding that the building, ownership of the building has transferred.
That is
Okay. And we have some more people with us. So, could you each please introduce yourself and state your city of residence?
My name is Rafinel Castillo. I'm from Methuen.
Okay, thank you.
Mirosi Acosta, I live in Methuen.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
And I thought when I had looked that ownership was held in an entity name?
Yes.
Okay. What is,
Casdi Realty,
okay.
LLC.
And are you two the member managers of the LLC?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. All right, so this had been scheduled before us for review last year. This is a special permit that was granted. It went back and forth with the board and the prior owners quite a bit. And on it, we had a condition that no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until the ZBA has approved the completion. And we had a condition that the special permit would expire if upon the sale or transfer from AG Dream Flip LLC prior to the occupancy permit being issued. The occupancy permit has not been issued, so what we're looking to do with the new owners is to transfer the special permit and reissue it under their names.
Correct.
So they're seeking a modification of the special permit. Okay. So, what I want to do is kind of go through the conditions here, but can you summarize where you are on the project from the point where the property was bought?
Absolutely, yeah, we can do that. So I don't know if the board had a chance to, the board members had a chance to drive by, but we have made significant progress there. The building itself has been painted out, completely painted. Inside the building is in extremely excellent condition. We are upgrading the electrical service, the gas service to the property is also being upgraded by Unitil. The parking requirements that were part of the previous plans are being executed as we speak, including the retaining wall for the 2 parking spaces next to the property, as well as the property across the street with the proper drainage and the correct fencing so that the 4 parking spots are there as well. In addition to, we are also fixing the wall behind the property with the proper retaining wall and the correct drainage as well. Okay.
I did see quite a bit of digging going on back up the
Yeah.
top end of the property.
Correct.
And you had poured a new foundation, retaining wall? I
Correct.
believe?
That actually just got poured, and now we got to backfill it and, do all of that stuff. But yes,
Okay, so you're going to resettle and loam and seed back
Correct.
there, so it's going to be a green space for
Green.
the residents?
yes.
Can you tell me what the timeline is for completion? And what I'm very interested in, because I agree, the building does not need very much work.
Mm-hmm.
You have a little utility upgrade that you need to do, but the building is in pretty good condition.
Yeah.
What's the timeline on completion of the parking across the street and here?
I just to be on the safe side, I would say we should be done in about 2 months completely. I mean, we're working against the elements of the weather, right? So across the street is ready for paving. Well, we're going to do the fence and then the paving, but we want to do all of that together when we do the parking next to the house. But we got to put up that wall first. But in order to put up that wall, we need to finish in the back because the equipment won't be able to get back up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to finish up back.
Then we're coming down. Correct.
And you're going to pave.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, we've been working with Unitil because they're going to run a sleeve for the gas line to connect. As you may be aware from prior experience with this project, there was an accident there with some sort of gas connection and the line was ripped out or something. So they came and completely ripped it out not that long ago. And we're going to run a new line through where the walls are being built for the parking spaces next to the property.
Is there any chance you can remove the postal box?
Let me postal box. I'm trying
So,
to think of where
on
it
the,
is.
almost obstructing the stairway, there's a relay box that's installed in the sidewalk. This is not something that you
Can I
have
look at
any
it?
control over.
I just want to take a quick look at it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I want to make sure I'm agreeing to something, and they are that I'm aware of. Postal box. Threw me off with that one. Postal box. You mean the green, that green thing?
Yes, just curious.
That
whether
would
there's
be
any-
the U.S. Postal Service.
That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah,
was
that
saying
wouldn't be
not
us.
under your control. Not under your
No.
control, just wondering if it was
I
possible.
mean, we can ask, but I don't know what the postmaster will say.
If you ask, that would be great. I don't
Not a-
think we
not a
can
problem.
require that of you.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah.
All right, so I am going to go through the conditions on the permit, and I'm going to go to the last issued decision, which was on January 9th.
Yep.
Okay. And I want to be sure for the new property owners, I want you to understand the conditions that are on the special permit. I want you to understand that by accepting the transfer of the special permit, you are agreeing to comply with the conditions, okay?
May I translate that, please?
Please do.
Thank you. Ella quiere asegurarse que ella va a leer las condiciones que tenían los dueños anteriores y quiere asegurarse que estén de acuerdo con ese compromiso de las condiciones antes de.
Of course.
O sea,
Okay. So this FATV records the meeting. If you ever have a question and you need to go back, they post it online. You can go back and watch the meeting again.
si tiene alguna pregunta, están grabados. Lo puede ver.
Okay. So first, the retaining wall on the house-facing side of the street to be face-blocked. So that's the existing retaining wall to be face-blocked. The parking spots to be paved with asphalt and striped. the snow removal area to be paved with a porous material. That's so, it makes it better for drainage. A guardrail to be installed and dumpster screening to be constructed of solid vinyl fencing and not chain link material.
That's the one that
Yes, so I'm going to clarify, and there's a recording of this now.
Yeah.
We don't want a vinyl guardrail because people will go right through it. Regular guardrail.
Okay.
The vinyl solid screening, that is for the dumpster area, which is on the same side of this street as the house.
Okay. So on that one, I had a question because, so they're gonna have, considering that it's a 3-family, they'll have 6 bins, right? 3 of garbage, 3 of recycle. It's not gonna be a dumpster, but it's gonna be quite long because it's long. I'm just trying to think of where exactly it is that you want us to put that one.
So there was a prior site plan approval,
Yeah.
and I think that it had the dumpster location marked on it. And as a sidebar, I do think you need to renew the site plan because it did expire.
Yeah.
But let me see if I can take a moment and bring that up on the screen. I have an excellent plan of the retaining wall. Mr. Commissioner, you remember how I said that there were cases where prior matters didn't show?
Yep.
This is one of them. All right. So what I'm going to tell you, given that we don't have the plan available, at least as far as I can see right here, and I'll try one more item on our OpenGov.
I got it.
Plan of the wall again.
I got it.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. I see what you're talking about. It's a little messy, but it's right here coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
I see it.
So what you should do is follow the approval that has been given.
Yep.
And again, I have said I think that the site plan approval needs to be renewed. I think it expired by its terms within 1 year after issuance.
Okay. We submitted a new site plan.
Then that's great.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're already at the process of
Yeah.
doing that. So, next condition, granite steps to be maintained and repaired with a metal handrail added. So I went back and looked at the property over the weekend. Those are cement steps. They are not granite steps.
Correct, they are
that are
cement
existing
steps.
on the property.
Yep.
So I would propose that we amend that to reflect what is actually present. Condition 6, grass to be installed in the front yard by May 2023. I think we would look to amend that to 2025, if that's a realistic timeline.
Yeah, that's fair. What would that be, like May, June?
May 2025
Okay, yeah.
instead of 2023.
That's fine.
Yep. Site plan approval to be incorporated, so that just means that if you violate the site plan, once it's approved, it also is a violation of the terms of the special permit. Property to be kept clean during construction and construction debris to be removed regularly. So that's an ongoing condition, keep the site clean.
Yep.
dumpster to be emptied regularly, no vegetative overgrowth, an area to be kept in a clean and neat manner. We are very concerned about keeping the property clean. 10 is the termination upon sale or transfer prior to the occupancy permit.
Yeah.
And what we will need to do is amend that. And can you, I want to make sure I get the name of the entity correct.
I can email that, yeah.
Okay,
Or I can look it up if you want.
so. Our system still has AG Dreamflip.
Yeah. It's, would you like the spelling?
Yes.
CASDI Realty LLC.
And that was the name, that ownership of the property was taken in?
That's correct.
Correct, okay. Permit holder to remove and replace the retaining wall to the right side of the proposed existing or new stairs. So that's, the stairway is to have an appropriate retaining wall on all sides. Permit holder to place a construction safety fence in front of the stairwell and the hole as well, unless filled in by January 9th. So the prior owner did put up the construction safety fence. There was a gigantic hole there, and it's just a safety concern.
Yeah.
So I looked, there's still a big hole, and I know you have equipment going up and back.
Correct.
And
We had a safety fence, but we took it out for the construction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often is the equipment needing to go up and back?
The equipment going back there should be done this coming week. And then he's going immediately into working on that space next to the garbage bins, so that front parking.
I'd still like the safety fence to go up at the end of the day, just until that crumbling wall.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
La fensa que quisiera que la vuelvan a poner hasta que terminen con lo que está. Might be a little difficult with the construction. Just, I'm just thinking, like, logistics-wise, when he's coming up and down, he'll have to get out of the machine and move the fence, or just to go up. But, I mean, we could do it. Nada más la parte donde está como el vacío.
Para mientras van a trabajar, después se pone como...
I don't know.
Con lo que ellos la llevan pasa una semana y ya la pared atrás se hizo. O sea, lleva para el parque.
So we had a rental, we rented the fences, and we had them take it away when we began doing the back. And it might take the fence company about a week just to come back out to put the fence again. So we can definitely do it, but he'll be done with that back up there.
Well, that would actually be good timing then, because if he doesn't have to go back up there with the equipment, the safety fence can stay up.
Well, then he'll be working where the safety fence is. Like, the fence will be in his way with the machines.
Right, so it would have to be moved over.
There's nowhere to put it. It would be the street.
It would be on the
He's-
street.
He's working
Yeah,
on that area.
okay. Go ahead, Mr. McLaughlin.
Could just maybe
Yeah?
add some insight. Would the building commissioner be able to provide us with some best practices for this type of situation?
Through the chair,
Yes.
what often happens in these kinds of situations is when they're actively working, they don't have the safety fence. The safety fences often have like a cinder block base, and they turn them in, and then at the end of the day, when there's nobody on site, just like with trenches that you put a trench and cover over it, at the end of the day, they just put the safety fence back and connect it into the cinder block base.
I'm going to ask, have you been by this particular property?
I have not in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I was a while ago.
Okay. So there is still a big hole down and
Actually,
crumbling wall, so.
Not so bad. Now they made
Yeah.
it so the equipment can go up. Before
Yeah.
it was just a drop.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no, definitely, definitely. I understand when you have equipment going back up to the top and coming back down and up to the top and coming back down. But once that is over, I really think there should be fencing there when the equipment is not in operation. Hopefully, it's going to be a very short time period that's happening.
Extremely. My only concern is whether we get it back in enough time that he might already be done. That's all. But I'm happy to call. No,
It might be.
yeah,
So,
that's fine.
But the safety issue, there's a lot of kids in that neighborhood.
Vamos a llamar a la compañía de la fensa a ver si pueden venir para instalarla de nuevo y cuando la persona termine con el trabajo de arriba, que ya está terminando, y haga lo de abajo, hay que ver cómo se cierra por la seguridad de los niños en el vecindario. Okay.
Okay. And then just briefly, we had a review date. There was a tree removal. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then just a reiteration that the certificate of occupancy doesn't issue until the ZBA approves completion of all conditions. And obviously, some of this timing needs to be amended.
May I translate that last one?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. El certificado de ocupar el edificio, ellos lo van a dar después que todas las condiciones estén completas, que pasemos por aquí.
Okay.
Good. All set.
So I believe that Mr. McLaughlin has a better recollection of the tree that needed to come down than I do.
Aparentemente hay un árbol adicional que ellos quieren que no sé cuál es.
There are still 2 trees on the right-hand side of the property as I'm looking at the front of the property.
No doubt.
And I thought it was the one in the back that needed to be removed. There has been a tree removed because
Yes.
there's a gigantic tree stump in the
That's
hole.
correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
So what I wanted to do was check with in your recollection, has the tree that was problematic been removed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Great.
All right. I am going to see if we have any public comment, and then I'm going to go to my board members who have tolerated me talking for a while now. Is there any person present who wishes to make a comment or ask a question on this matter? If there's any person online who wishes to ask a question or make a comment, please raise your hand. Mr. Commissioner, did I see you had your hand raised for comment? Okay, my bad. Oh, we do have some city department comment. This is comment from planning. A minor site plan approval was issued by the planning board on October 25th, 2022, which I do know, but again, I think it expired within a year. So. All right. Mr. Reynolds, any questions or comments? Okay. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Talbot? Mr. Gallagher?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the applicants for the approval, for the improvement of the property, painting it and fixing the grade. I own property on that street and had to look at it
Awesome.
in disrepair for a long time, and it looks much, much better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, welcome.
Mr. McLaughlin?
I would likewise like to express many thanks. For probably 2.5 meetings prior to this, I had raised some concerns, although the project was completely stalled, about the right wall, which is the front of the house, which is failing. And I had mentioned during at least 2 meetings that I would like to propose to the board that that wall, in light of how complete this project in thorough is going to be done, that
That sounds expensive.
this wall needs to be addressed, and that become a condition of this special permit. I think they're doing a great job in making the investment. It's nice to finally see this project come to completion. I think a lot of boards had input on this, but it would behoove us to allow this wall to, you know, not complete the project in a long-term safety issue.
So I'm going to just, in my mind, I want to clarify, we have the stairway going up that is cement stairs that had a retaining wall on the left-hand side and the right-hand side as you entered.
Correct.
And then there is a retaining wall bordering the sidewalk in front because it is a very steep grade. And there's a retaining wall holding back the front yard, basically.
Correct.
Which are you referring to?
To the right of the stairs.
Okay, so the retaining wall holding back the front yard.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe to the left side, that's all going to be reconstructed. Is that correct, Mr. Mateo?
That's absolutely correct, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Okay. I was
Eso sería carísimo.
by over the weekend. And I looked at that wall, which has been, the front retaining wall has been in disrepair for a while, and it seemed like it had been fixed.
Yeah, they, similar to the prior person that was here talking about concrete, they went over it and made it, smooth it out with some mortar. If I may, this is already a really significantly expensive project. I think that doing that wall to the right, as is being suggested, would break this all apart.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask, because again, it seems like repairs were made to the wall.
Correct.
I have no way of knowing whether they were just cosmetic repairs or whether they were substantive repairs that helped strengthen the wall, because I am not a mason.
Yeah. And I was not responsible for that.
You were not
either,
responsible
so I'm not
for
sure either.
Okay.
I am responsible for what's being done to the left, to the back, and in front. But they, fueron ustedes? Okay, they're the ones that had somebody clean it and repair the wall. Nothing was done structurally, but how it looks, that they did,
Okay,
but not me.
all right.
Okay.
Another option with this, Mr. Commissioner, would your department be able to perform, or would DPW be able to perform an inspection of that wall and determine whether or not it's safe?
Given the limitations on our license, we're not professional engineers to assess that level of structural stability. That would require more intensive analysis than what we or the DPW is able to provide.
Okay.
But of note, if the wall is from base of its footing to the top of the wall, if it's less than, I believe it's 6 feet, it doesn't require engineering review.
It's less than 6 feet.
Is it? I think it's taller than me, but I am not 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
But it's from the base of the footing, which is
From the
low
floor.
grade.
Okay,
Maybe put it on.
okay,
So it's not what you see, it's actually the full length.
okay. All right.
I just have a quick question for Mr. McLaughlin. Have you had a chance to see the wall? I mean, this was the prior wall right here.
Yes.
But they did clean it up, the front of it.
Yep.
She also has some pictures, but it looks a lot better than how it was.
No-
But I
no
understand your concern of the integrity of the wall.
That's my sole concern, is that, you've had such a large investment in the project.
Yeah,
that,
a lot.
And I don't mind, putting that particular piece out for a while to let them kind of move along with the project, but to me, it's pretty substantial, and based on the years of being on the board, and, the whole city is built with walls like that.
It is.
It's something that we should really need to take under consideration.
I can speak for myself, and,
But I'm not a structural engineer.
right, I'm not a structural engineer either.
May I
And-
just suggest one? Sorry.
You know, my thoughts on this, because I'm satisfied with the resurfacing as far as the character of the neighborhood goes. The integrity, I don't have any idea on if it's not currently cracking. The thought between these two things, forcing a repair of the wall, Mr. Talbot, I'm going to ask for what your thoughts would be on a cost ballpark, but I'm thinking it's probably 75.
For the cost of that wall?
If we had to, if the wall was reconstructed,
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
probably more.
yeah.
But I was
Do you have access to an engineer who could examine the wall and give an opinion on its structural integrity?
We do, the same person that did the engineering for the rest of it, but that's probably going to be another $3,500. It's not cheap to get them out. I was going to suggest the possibility of maybe removing that one tree that's there, which does put a lot of pressure on the wall.
Agreed.
That might help alleviate a lot of that, but I mean, it doesn't take the wall away, but that would help for the very long term, I feel. I mean, that tree there, that puts pressure on the wall.
That's a huge tree, and the weight of it must
So
exert.
I think maybe we could do that, and that would help with that.
I wouldn't want you to do it for us, I would want you to do it for your own investment.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm speaking for the suggestion I would suggest for them to do, right? That would be my opinion to them as their advisor and their GC, but ultimately you're the board and we are here to work with you guys, and the plan was to take on the conditions that were existing and execute the project to completion, and I think that's what we've been doing.
This will be on for a further review, correct? Because
So
it's not
it will.
complete, right?
It's not complete.
So how about if we just, in light of tonight's meeting, moving it on, just maybe take it under consideration, advisement, thought that maybe we'll talk about it again during the next review.
Okay. So I do want to approve the transfer tonight. And obviously, by stating that, I'm indicating my voter approval of the transfer, and go through and modify any of the conditions that we currently know need modification. I'm in support of the option that you offered. I think that would extend the productive life of that wall and remove a stressor on it. So if there is no further board comment, then I'm going to go through proposed modifications on the conditions. So I'm looking at the conditions on the January 9th, 2024 review decision. Number 1, 2, and 3 can stay. Number 4, for clarification, shall be amended. A guardrail shall be installed, and dumpster screening constructed of solid vinyl fencing, comma, not chain link material, comma, shall be installed where the waste bins are kept.
Got it.
Number 5, amending to say cement steps to be maintained and repaired with a metal handrail added. Number 6, amended, grass to be installed in the front yard by May 2025. Number 7 shall stay. Number 8 shall stay. Number 9 shall stay. Number 10 to be amended so that the special permit will expire upon the sale or transfer of the property from Hasdi Realty LLC prior to the occupancy permit being issued. So after the issuance of the occupancy permit, the condition is released.
Got it.
Number 11 can stay.
But we'd want to change the date, correct? For 11?
For 11, and I'm looking at the most recent decision, so 11 is permit holder to remove and replace the retaining wall.
Oh.
If you looked in that package, there's a second decision.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah. In the stapled version that you have. Mr. Gallagher? It's at the back of the,
Oh, it's at the back.
Yeah. yeah. Number 12, we're going to change the date. And what we're going to do is say permit holder to place a construction safety fence in front of the hole next to the stairwell until filled in.
Perfect.
You've discussed your challenges there, and I'd ask that you do what you can.
Okay.
We're going to eliminate condition 14, as that has been satisfied. We're going to keep conditions number 15, eliminating the date. So it shall state, no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until the ZBA has approved the completion of all conditions, period. Permit holder may schedule a review upon completion of all conditions.
Yeah.
And then the final condition will be the review date. So again, what the board is trying to do is, if we want to see a particular milestone, schedule a review date around that milestone. The review to confirm that all conditions are satisfied is scheduled by the permit holder. Go ahead and ask a question.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask if it's possible, based on the last condition that you mentioned, for us to get on your January review, because I expect that will be done by that.
Mm-hmm.
So is that possible?
So we can, the last condition would be review date January 14th, 2025. All right. Does any board member want to offer a new condition, amend, or remove a condition?
Just something so we have on record with pertaining to the wall, pertaining to the retaining wall to the right.
So the review date condition shall state review date January 14th, 2025. At the review, permit holder
Further discussion regarding the retaining wall.
shall have further discussion regarding the retaining wall in the front of the property. So we'll have a further discussion of that.
Yeah, that's fine. If the project's done at that time, then I guess.
It might be that, again, recognizing that there's some things that take some time.
Okay.
So the board can release the certificate of occupancy, but still call the permit holder back. The condition will continue to any new owner if there is a change of ownership.
Understood.
And remember that the special permit decision should be recorded,
Yeah, absolutely.
which is both necessary under the statute and our effort to make sure any new buyers are informed.
Got it.
Yep.
I just wanted to work with the element of the New England weather, and if removing the tree was a thing, we could do that before coming back here on January. That I would love to put that to rest.
I think it is only beneficial for that tree to be removed,
Understood.
so.
Thank you.
All right. Unless there's further comment, can I have a motion on this case?
Okay, I will make a motion under ZBA 2022-05, and this is going to be for Casti Realty for 83 to 85 Marshall Street for further review of the special permit until January with the modified conditions as stated by the chair.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? So we will see you at the January meeting. The special permit is transferred. The decision will issue. Good luck with the project. We'll see you
Thank you so
then.
much.
I hope you
Thank
beat
you.
the weather.
I just want to say that they have expressed a lot of gratitude in working with the city of Fitchburg and the building department as well as the board. So just thank you.
Thank you. I'm gratified to see the project move forward. All right. I think the final, review on our agenda today is ZBA 23-22, IVJ Group LLC, 87, 89, and 91 River Street. This matter, it is my understanding, will need to be continued. Oh, sir.
Sorry.
I did not expect anyone.
Well, we got the whole group here. Actually, I'm Rich Darche, my son
Great.
Matthew, Norm Garapi, and Greg Moran, and my other partner Aldo Mazzaferro is on remote.
Wonderful.
So we came in force here. We wanted to update you on everything that's going on. First of all, good evening to the board, Madam Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to tell you what's happening with our project. About a year ago, when we first went through, on the approval side with Anthony Cleaves, our civil engineer, we were in some pretty deep discussions with another developer partner that we thought was going to join up with us. And we spent about 3 to 4 months working through a due diligence period with them. And that developer, it was Wind Development. And they have the property right across the street from, right across the river from us in Yarnworks, down by River Street. They came back after doing this deep dive and said, guys, sorry, but the project's too expensive for us. It doesn't work. The economics don't work. And this really took the wind out of our sails. We've been working on this project from Aldo and I first started looking at it in 2017. We purchased the property in 2018, and now we're at 2024. We had to do a major pivot, looking at where we're at and how we could make this all work. And we went to our architects and we said, look, how can we get more units out of this project here that will be good size, that will work for the tenants, and help to make the economics of this project line up so that lenders are interested in lending to us and potential partners are interested in joining us. And we got some very positive feedback from our architects, and we have come up with a plan of 96 units. It was originally 65. It's 96 now. 96 units, a mixture between studios, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom. We cut back a little bit on the quantity of 2-bedroom. We increased the 1-bedroom, and we added more studios. And it really works. We've had some very positive feedback. We had a meeting over at the property about 2 weeks ago with a mortgage company up in Massachusetts here, Rockport. They had about 7 or 8 folks there, and they toured it with us, and they came back and said, we want to jump into this. We're very interested in this project. What's happened in this project over the years, and the reason we got into the bad shape that we did, last February, originally 65 units on the budget from 2018 of about 18 million worked perfectly. Then COVID hit, and cost of materials, labor, financing, all of that just knocked us totally out of the park. So we ended up with a budget now of closer to $30 million. That's why 65 units don't work. We realize we need more parking spaces, and we're in the process right now of talking with had some very good discussions going on with adjacent property owners to pick up the additional space, which we know we need about 30 more spaces to make this all work. And we're close, hopefully, to putting together another property into the project so that we can revisit our layout, our parking, and come back to the board and say, we've got it now, it's more units, it all works. We've been very, very successful with the underutilized property program of getting grant money. Last year, we had a wonderful grant from Fitchburg Redevelopment and the city of Fitchburg that we lost because we didn't start the project in 2024. So we've been throwing a lot of curveballs in this project for the last 7 or 8 years, but we're feeling pretty good about it now. Another thing that just came through for us from FEMA is the new maps. I think you're probably aware there's new flood maps that have been drawn, and they haven't been implemented in our area and also around this area. And we thought that they were going to implement it about 2 years ago. I sent an email to my contact at USGS, the U.S. Geological Service, back in July. I said, hey, Greg, I just want to make sure we're still on track for December of 24 or January of 25 for implementation of the new maps. And I expected him to come back and say, yeah, we're on track. Well, he came back with not exactly what I wanted to hear. He said that there's a problem with a levee, an accreditation of a levee, upstream from us, I think, on the river. And I couldn't get him to nail him down and say, well, whereabouts is that levee and how does it affect us? And he said, before you go any further, we're not going to break the maps out. There's one map in your territory, and that's the map that we're working on. I said, okay, Greg, it's really disappointing news here because we really need to get our project activated with the new maps, because what that does for us is it takes the first floors of all the buildings out of the flood zone. Even though the building department was saying we have an exemption, the insurance and trying to have investors or another partner to join us when we're in a flood zone, they walk away from us. So what happened, I guess about 6 weeks ago, I was out in Indiana, and I'm checking my text, and I got an email from Greg Stewart. We solved the levee problem, and we're on track for January for the flood maps, which is great news for us, and really great news for this. There's a bunch of projects in the city that are being held up by these flood maps. So we're happy that that's come into play, and the fact that now we have an economic project that adds up and makes sense for lenders and potential other investors, that we're getting much closer. So I was hoping I could come up tonight and say, okay, we've got our other property lined up and we're going to have the drawings and be ready to go. I can't say that, but we're getting closer, and we're focused. As you can see, we got the whole team here. We're focused on getting this done. This is an exciting project for us, and we appreciate all the fantastic support we've gotten from the board and from the city of Fitchburg. So a little bit of a delay, but that's where we're at right now.
Okay. I hope all of these issues get resolved. It sounds like you're all working very hard to resolve them. And I know everybody at this table is looking forward to the project moving forward, and I hope that it does actually come to that point.
Thank you.
So this is a special permit. A special permit expires if not put into substantial use within 2 years.
Right.
I don't think you're in substantial use yet.
I think it's been about 1 year.
So it's been 1 year since the meeting, and a little bit more time.
It was February, I think?
Decision was filed.
Right.
So what I would like to do, because the board does want to check in with you when you're going to you're ready to go forward, but you have a modified plan.
By the way, we're not changing any of the exterior. The whole outside of the project is exactly the same. It's just the interior.
Well, there's going to be some change if you have more parking.
Yes,
So
yes.
there'll be some change.
I meant the exterior of the buildings. Exterior of the property, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would like to pick a point. I don't want to have you back here where it's unnecessary.
Right.
So I'd like to look at a point where you think you'd been productively able to move forward, where we could look at something that's projected to move.
Okay.
what, and it needs to be before the 2 years is up, because if there is an extension that you're going to need, I want
Yeah.
to make sure that the board takes that into consideration if you need to request it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we're hoping, I mean, we have a deadline. We were fortunate enough with the underutilized property program to get a fiscal year 24 grant of $725,000. We were fortunate enough to get that extended because we're not the only developers that are having these kinds of issues that we're dealing with. So that's been extended to June 30th of 25. So we're really pressing hard, to get updated on our approval, get the property set up, get updated on the approvals, and close on our financing and start this project by late spring of 25. So we would be happy to be back April or May timeframe if that works, for the board. Sooner than that if we can, but I would say at the latest April and May.
So I think I want to make sure you're on the schedule.
Yeah.
So I think that we'd probably be looking at a May, just because things always take longer than you think that they will.
This is true. We know that.
I make my living in billable hours, so I always know that to be true. I am always underestimating my time. I need to go to public comment and board comment. Is there anything else you want to offer before we move forward?
No, I just said the next meeting, Anthony Cleves will be with us here, and then we'll have the whole team that we need.
Okay,
So.
that'll be great. Is there any member of the public who would like to ask a question or make a comment on this matter? Is there any person online who would like to make a comment or ask a question? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I am going to move to any board comment. Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Burns, any comment? Mr. Talbot? Mr. Gallagher?
No, thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Great news.
We're getting there. Thank you.
All right. Then I would be looking for a motion to continue the review to the May 13th, 2025 meeting.
I'll make a motion under ZBA 2023-22 for the IBJ Group LLC for 8789 and 91 River Street to move the review to May 13th, 2025.
Second.
Otherwise, keeping all conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? We'll see you in May.
Great, thank you very much.
Did you
Mr.
notice
Burke.
the state's building a new bridge just for you guys?
We saw that. Yes, things are moving along.
Thank you for all coming in.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next matter on our agenda is going to be our first new case of the evening, 53 Smith Street. It is 8:03, and what I'm going to do at this point is I am going to take a 5-minute break, and then you'll be the first case when we come back. So the board, without objection, we're going to stand in recess for 5 minutes. Calling back into order the November 12th, 2024 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you for staying with us. All right, now we'll be calling the next matter on the agenda, ZBA 24-32. This is an application by, I am sorry, I am going to butcher your name. Aparecida? Aparecida.
Yes, you get it.
Da Silva, okay.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
53 Smith Street. This is a request for a variance under Section 181.416 of the City of Fitchburg Code to erect a detached 20-by-20 carport on the rear left side of the house, encroaching on the minimum required side yard setback of 15 feet, leaving approximately 5 feet from the property line pursuant to Section 181.93, located in Residential B District. Welcome to the meeting.
Welcome. Thank you.
Can you each please give me your name and city of residence?
My name is Aparecida da Silva.
Welcome.
I'm the one of the house, and is my son-in-law. It's Rob. He's going to be helping me.
Yeah, I'm Robert Sutherland. I am actually from Attleboro, Massachusetts. So
Okay, thank you. Welcome
behalf of,
both to the meeting.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify one thing, Madam, if you could, on the plans that were given to Mercedes, the plan for the 20-by-20 garage shows incorrectly. It's to the right side.
Thank you.
It's to the right
Thank
side
you. Yeah.
of the actual property, which would be more aesthetically pleasing to everyone because the driveways kind of are adjacent to each other.
Right.
So definitely a better.
I was thinking you're going to have to move that platform.
Yeah, so definitely a better setup. Definitely a better set than drawn. Again, that was just a misinterpretation, sorry.
Okay. So what we received for a plan, you had taken a mortgage plot plan that was created probably when the house was bought, right?
Yeah, and we just basically modified that.
And you had drawn onto it.
Correct.
So I want to understand, since you've just told me that the drawing is the opposite of what is
Correct.
you're
Kind of a mirror
proposing.
image, if you would. I have it here if you wish. I can show you as well.
So on the drawing that I have, the proposed carport is 30 feet behind the rear of the building. Is it still 30 feet behind?
Yes, that's going to remain the same, yes.
And I'm thinking that you're going to switch the side measurements.
Correct. So the 14.
So on one side, it's 6 inches off of the fence?
Yeah, approximately, yes. Because
Is the fence on the property line?
yes, that's correct. On the property on the right side, correct.
Okay. And the space that would be left on the other side would be 14 feet 6 inches?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
It's this.
All right. So I'm going to go through what the board has to consider for a variance, but if you could, please just give a little description of the property and the project.
So the project basically would be constructing of a 20 by 20 carport, open carport on all 4 sides. So it's basically almost like a pole barn, if you would, but it'd be a steel structure. That'd be obviously mounted to a cement pad. And that cement pad obviously would be anchored, obviously, for any wind or anything like that.
So no walls, steel supports at the corner?
Correct.
Set in concrete?
Correct.
Is the roof metal?
Yeah, be all steel, correct.
Is it going to be put up and taken down every year, or is it
No, this would be an
permanent
existing structure, yes.
Okay.
And it is detached, as we said, from the house, so there's no connection to the house. Again, it's just a 4-post structure, obviously, for cars to go moving in and out.
Okay. And it's a single-family home?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how far you are from the rear boundary line? It's not marked on the
Yeah, it's
plan.
the lineage back is, I believe it shows 144 feet from
In
front to
total.
back. So, yeah, and it doesn't have a dimension.
136.
Yeah, it doesn't give a dimension. It just gives basically from Smith Street to the rear of the property 144 feet. So and I don't have a dimension from the street to the edge of the house, the back edge of the house.
Okay.
Just a width of the property of 35 feet.
Okay. So 35 feet total.
Yeah, 35 width is the width of the property. It narrows slightly, I guess, towards the back.
Okay. And the existing driveway is on the right-hand side of the property?
That is correct.
Yes.
The adjoining, you're right, the driveway is to the right, and the neighbors is also to their left.
Yeah, kind
So
of two
it's right,
different
so they're
pavements.
basically adjoining with a fence right down the middle.
Yeah, the fence doesn't start till a little bit further
Yes,
down.
past, correct, yeah,
Yeah.
past the house, that's correct.
And there is an existing paved parking area at the end of the driveway now?
Yes.
Is that where you would place the carport?
Correct, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
All right. So you are here because the proposal is closer than the ordinance allows. In other words, you have setbacks that are required within the neighborhood, side setback, front setback, rear setback. And you are asking to break those rules.
Well, the variance of the sides.
Yes.
The sides, essentially.
So the variance process is a request to break the rules. It's what it is. There are other processes called special permits, and when it's a special permit, the board has an easier time considering it because the requirements are easier. When it is a variance, it is a straight out, this is a rule, we need to break it. The state statute sets out certain criteria that we have to follow in order to consider granting the decision. And I'm going to read those to you because I want you to have the opportunity to tell me in what way do you meet the criteria that the state has set out, okay?
Sure.
And just as a reminder, I always have to go back and look up the size because I haven't memorized the dimensional tables yet. But, so in the RB district, which is where you are, the minimum area is 10,000 square feet. The minimum frontage along the street is 80 feet. The minimum front yard, the area before a building starts, is 25 feet. The side yard setbacks are 15, and the rear yard setback is 30, okay? So, and when I look at the property, the relevant ones, because, you know, we have an existing structure on there, so it's the fact that it's under 10,000 square feet or doesn't have 80 feet of frontage, that doesn't really matter so much. The things that are new violations, so new violations that are different from the ones on the existing property that has been there forever, are the side yard setbacks, the 15 side book. I don't know whether or not you're 30 feet from the rear yard because I don't have a measurement from you on that. I looked, though, and I think you're more than 30 feet.
Oh, yeah, I am 100%
Yeah.
confident we are more than 30 feet from the back fence, for sure.
Yeah. So I think it's the side yard setbacks that are the thing you need a variance for.
That is
And that lines up with what the building commissioner told you in the determination letter.
Right.
So this is what the board has to ask when we have somebody asking for a variance. So we have to find that there are circumstances relating to the soil conditions, the shape of the lot, the topography of the land, or an existing structure that especially affects this land, this lot, but doesn't generally affect the neighborhood. And that due to that kind of circumstance, enforcement of the zoning ordinance would cause a substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, okay? So there are, and it's not something that we can change because it's a state statute. So, and it's very specific as to what the reasons are that we can consider a variance. So I'm going to ask you, is there a condition with the soil, a condition with the shape of the lot, a condition with the topography of the land, or an existing structure that is the reason you need to not meet the setbacks?
So there's nothing currently that's abating that at all.
Yeah.
Topography of the land is flat, solid. There's no rivers running through it or anything of that nature. It is a parking already existing.
Yeah.
So with that, again, the one thing that I do want to just point out, obviously, if you were to describe the house lines straight backwards through the property, even the house itself does not fall 15 feet from either side of the property itself. So, and we are behind the house. So again, it is a fenced yard to the right, and it is a fenced yard to the left. So there's no, obstruction of a nice park or a view of something.
Right.
So, and again,
So I will say, if the building commissioner doesn't mind this discussion being repeated, a no?
No, not at all.
Okay. I like people to do what they want with their properties, as long as you're not hurting other people. But we all have to follow the rule of law, right? Because that's how we all live together in a society. So I had looked at other options than the one that you are asking for. And I think that if the structure had an attachment to the house and was within the setbacks of the house, that what you're asking for is a modification that can be approved by the building commissioner without need to come to a board. That would mean that there might be something like a breezeway in between the carport and the house, because then it's an attached structure and it's within the same lines as the house, the existing house is. I think that would be the option for you.
I don't understand how you would construct a breezeway on the house, because there's the porch, the decking, which he already had gotten approval prior to, which is already existing.
Yeah.
So, and from the deck even, to that carport, there'd be no real way to put a proposed breezeway to not impede on the carport itself.
It would be, I think, a bit different from the plan that you're proposing, but would still result in a carport being there. And I think it's something that could be explored. And I'm saying this to you because I'm indicating that when I looked at this property, I didn't see that there was an issue available under the state statute that we could use to grant a variance. So I think there might be another option for you within the special permit. And everybody on this board may have a different opinion than me. So we're going to go around to the board members and see if anybody has any questions. I'm going to ask the public if they have any questions. But I think there's a way for you to do this, but I don't think this is the way that it can go forward. So let's see what everybody else thinks. Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I'd just like to hear the opinion of others right now. And
Okay.
Go forward from there, I guess.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to see if there's any person present who would like to make a comment or ask a question. Is there any person online who wishes to make a comment or ask a question? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I am going to go to our board members. Mr. Reynolds, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to start out by just thinking out loud with you for a moment.
Sure.
It's difficult to come before a board and ask what you want, because what you want you've thought about for a long time, and it seems so easy and natural to you. And so when you might hear some of the suggestions from the chair, it might sound like that's not at all what you're thinking about. But I would suggest to you that, having sat through a few of these before, just to kind of like frame it up, the way that this application and the kind of like the construct, the elements of it are being presented, is putting you into the place of having, it's not necessarily impossible, but you face the largest challenge because you're asking for this variance. So I think that the idea of considering, are there other choices that wouldn't take you through this challenging path, and you can take this path, if you want to do what you want to go and do, is just something to maybe just to take a breath and kind of go like, I wonder if there is another creative way to do it. And I find it very difficult to to think on the spot and come up with, in this case, a breezeway, what would that be? I don't know. If it was me, I might go back and say, let me have a think about that. So I would just encourage you to be open-minded, because I think it's some good advice that's being shared with you. So if you take it with positive intent, that if I was in your shoes, I think that would be a good thing to do.
Well, first, I'd just like to say thank you for that. So this is not my house. This is my father-in-law's house. So the one thing that I'd like to point out to this is, as you can see on the plot map, the distance between the property line and the house is like literally a car width.
Yes.
So constructing a breezeway, and I'm trying to think of where the breezeway might be in relation to how the car would come into the driveway to get to the spot.
Understood, but I guess the takeaway there, the general idea is that if you have a narrow lot already.
Correct. Which we do.
And you want to add something, to that narrow lot, if it were connected, you kind of have an easier path, because it is connected and you've already have something that's established, it goes down a different path. That's the only point for consideration. And I would suggest maybe there's some creativity in how it could be connected. That doesn't mean that you have to take that path. I'm just trying to say to you, maybe that isn't what you thought you were coming in here for, and it might feel like a curveball. It's not intended to be a curveball. It's meant to be, again, shared with positive intent. That's another path for consideration. I also think that a lot of what your challenge is that things are narrow in terms of the shape of your lot, and that's kind of probably the path.
That's what's dictating, honestly, our variance. Yeah, that's what's dictating the variance request, is because the carport would be, a standard carport is basically 20 by 20, which obviously with simple math, 15 feet, that leaves what's left. Right. And obviously for the variance, it's, or for the code, it should be 15 feet on each side. Well, I don't own the left side, I don't own the right side.
I have the right side, not the left side.
So, and we do have a 15, again, there will be approximately 15 feet to the one side, and obviously to the right side, 15 feet structure-wise from that carport to the person's next house, which is, again, 6.5-foot fence. It's a picket fence, which is, again, so there's nothing, again, impeding that. So
Understood. I just wanted to throw those couple of thoughts out there, and Madam Chair, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, Mr. Byrne, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay. Mr. Talbot, any questions or comments?
What type of carport is it? Like an aluminum structure, or?
Right, it's just going to be a steel posted structure, simple.
Any footings or foundation or anything?
So it's going to be put on a pad, a concrete pad.
Concrete pad.
So, and be obviously anchored appropriately to it. So obviously the wind don't take it to the neighbor's house.
It's a prefab, right?
Yeah.
Has the corrugated roof?
Yeah. Yep. So again, nothing, it's constructible,
Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, I have a question. When I went out to the site today, I noticed that there was a pad already poured that I sort of measured it off roughly, that it looked like it was 20 by 20. Is that the pad you're talking about using?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Was there a structure there before?
No,
it looks new.
Just parking. It was a paved area.
Well, you did a nice job doing it. I mean,
that was my father-in-law, so I can't take the credit for that.
Did a really nice job with it. Perhaps a path would be, if a breezeway was how we get there, it could attach to the deck. The deck attaches to the house.
I think if this is kind of reviewed for a bit, there's an easier pathway to the resolution that you're looking for. I think there's a creative solution to this, but without simply violating our duty to follow the zoning ordinance and the statute. So, Mr. McLaughlin, any questions or comments?
Well, I think we're going to need a plan that's correct, right? Or I should say correct. Just a few things for clarification. The denial letter doesn't really state anything specific. In other words, the applicant has asked for this, and in return, this is what they're going to need for relief. The application doesn't really specify dimensions, and the agenda doesn't really outline the correct information. So I'd like to get us all on the same page. It appears that what they're going to need is relief on one side down to 6 inches and relief on another side down to 14.5 feet.
Right.
Right? Because if I do the math, plus 20, now I'm at the 35 width of the lot.
If they follow the plan, placing the carport where they've chosen to place it, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that would be on the pad, and I'm assuming the pad is only 6 inches from the lot line, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's where we would place the structure, obviously, off of that, so we make sure we don't at least give some space between the fence and the structure itself.
I'm going to make a comment that I think what would behoove the board, because Mr. McLaughlin's raised a correct concern about advertising requirements and placing abutters a notice, and the applicant and the two of you, is to put this back a meeting, use that time to go and talk to the building commissioner. So I've talked to him a little bit about using a creative solution to avoid needing a variance. And I think you should take the time to think about it, consider whether it's something that you could use as a path. We're just bringing it up to you tonight, so it's a new thing. It's going to take some time to think about.
I just want to ask one quick question, if I could. The breezeway, if they were, like, again, to construct the 20 by 20 carport, the breezeway, could that be something that is next to, that would connect to the deck? Because you mentioned connect, there was to me a little bit variance of where you are saying connect to the deck versus to the structure. Like when you say connect to the structure, I'm thinking connecting to the house. But if you say connect to the deck, that I think a pathway, with maybe some arch or atrium or something to make it kind of like even covered or uncovered, make it a breezeway, if you would, per se, where it would be a path from the carport to the deck, and then by sheer nature, the deck is connected to the house.
Like I said, there's the location is a little different. We're bringing up something new to you. I think that this needs a little time to think out. So this is a recorded meeting. You're welcome to go on FATV and watch the recording again. And for that purpose, I'm going to point out to you the provision that I'm looking at in the zoning code, which is section 335, and that allows certain changes to single and two-family houses, including add-ons and extensions that are not allowed to other buildings. So single and two-family homes get some special treatment. I think that you might be able to use that provision to do what you want to do. And in certain cases, it's not even going to require you to come back to any board. I would encourage you, rather than having us vote on this matter tonight, which for a couple of reasons I don't want to do, that we take a little time and a continuance to the next meeting and think about this. And also, if you do want to come back and get our decision on a variance, which you're welcome to do, we would need a little revised drawing showing accurately where you.
Yeah, and we could certainly do that. I just want to be clear, if we give you a plan with this proposed breezeway, does that mean we are then fall under a different thing? 'Cause again, doing a special permit versus doing another variance,
So
and then have to do the advertising and all that stuff.
As I look at it, I don't think it will require you to come back to the board. The building commissioner wants to chime in on this, so I'm going to let him.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So it depends on what you propose. If first, for example, if the proposed carport stays within the existing setbacks of the building and doesn't encroach further closer to the setbacks of the building, then as long as you connect that porch, which is already connected to the house, by a breezeway to this carport, we can administratively approve it. If you're looking to increase those setbacks, then putting in that breezeway opens the door to coming back here for a special permit.
Okay, so
there's two different potential pathways depending on what you come up with.
So that's my question. Does the breezeway constitute me on the left side encroaching more on?
If you imagine the house, and you imagine the side setbacks from the house, and you look straight from the street, as long as it looks consistent all the way down and doesn't jog out
to we're in. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
That was well done.
I would hope, I think the administrative approval is the easiest way for you, but even if you come back here asking for a special permit, it's easier for us to consider that than to consider the variance that you've asked for. Okay?
Right.
All right.
My father-in-law is a...
Go ahead, Mr. McLaughlin.
So I understand the chair and the building commissioner's comments. I see this as a variance because we're not talking about a structure per se. We're talking about 4 poles with a roof. So just for future cases and being able to look at everything down the road that comes before us, how do you rightfully attach 4 poles and a roof to a deck with a set of stairs?
I would say that there's a reverse question that has to be answered. If it's not a structure, then he doesn't need a variance for it.
Is it not a structure?
It's a
It
structure.
is a structure.
It's a structure.
It is a structure under the building code, but to answer your question, one option is they could have clips and just clip it together for the breezeway. They could have metal tubing and just clip it together.
Wonderful. What size clips?
It depends on what they propose.
Do we need to go down this road tonight?
No.
It is 8:39.
No. I look at this to do it right and for all future applications that this is a variance. I also think that it can meet the criteria of the variance due to the extreme narrow width of the lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. So are you amenable to taking a month and coming back at the next meeting, seeing if this can be resolved without the need for a variance or by a special permit, and talking to
I'm
the
not
building
obliged.
commissioner?
We can certainly come back for another meeting. Do you want just to draw up a plan, or even, like you said, administrative-wise, submit it to Mercedes? Nice to meet you. Been very kind and very helpful.
Yeah. So I would give you these steps. Number one, talk to the building commissioner about staying within the sidelines and thinking about, could I do that? Because that would give you an easier and quicker way to resolve this and move forward and put the building up. Second, if you're coming back here for any reason, bring back to us an accurately drawn plan, okay? So that we have something to look at when we're considering to approve or deny, okay? And
I just have one final question.
Yes.
As you mentioned, site of the house, leaving, if we were saying 6 inches off of the property line,
if that's the way the house is.
I'm sorry?
If the house is 6 inches off the property line, then it's the same line.
But it's not.
But the house is definitely,
So,
There's a
so the
little more room.
carport then would have to be
In the same line,
in the same line, which,
as,
Or you can come back for a special permit.
or you can come back as a special permit, if it's connected.
yeah. So I would,
think that's-
number one, go talk to the building commissioner, because if you can do this without needing board approval, that is the easiest way to move it forward. I'd strongly encourage you to see if that can be done. If it can't, we will come back and we will make a determination.
and that would be with, coming back with, again, a special permit.
With, coming
Because
back with the same option or the amended option that you found by getting some advice and input.
So let's say you're attaching it to the house, but it's a little wider or a little further over on one side or the other. That would be a special permit,
Okay.
okay?
Perfect. That's clarity. Yeah.
All right, so I want to make sure that we do not, because we have statutory deadlines to follow, I'm going to ask you to sign an extension with us, and we're going to look at scheduling you for the December meeting. Are you sure that will be enough time?
Oh, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the December meeting, thank you, is December the 10th. I'm sure it says that on there.
I'm just curious, does that fall on a Tuesday?
Always
Yes.
on a Tuesday, second Tuesday.
Because that's one day off for me, so I got to travel.
I go December 10th.
And you can check out, actually, because they sent me later.
And Ms. De Silva, if you could sign this extension agreement for me?
Yes.
So what this says is you're extending our deadlines and coming to a next meeting. And if you can see where it says number 1, if you can just put your signature on that.
No,
No, just you, because you're the owner. So, all right.
Actually, it's my daughter, it's my husband, the one.
Well, you're the applicant, so I'll go with that. All right. I'm looking for a motion on the continuance, please.
Make the motion on ZBA 2024-32 for Aparecida
Yes, it's me.
Da Silva at 53 Smith Street for request for a variance and a continuance until December 10th, 2024.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? So we will see you on December 10th. Good luck on working
All
this
right.
out.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you all for the schooling.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to call the next. Have a good night. We're going to call the next matter. Next matter on the agenda is ZBA 24-33, Caleb Rivera, 59 Culley Street. This is a request for a special permit under Section 181.313 D13 and Section 181.33 of the Fitchburg Code to operate an automotive detailing business pursuant to Section 181.94, located in the Neighborhood Business District. Gentlemen, welcome to the meeting.
Hello. Hello.
Can you each please tell me your name and city that you live in?
My name's Caleb Rivera. I live in Lunenburg, Mass.
Okay.
My name is Julian Majano. I live in Clinton, Mass.
All right, welcome to you both.
Welcome.
All right, why don't you tell me a little bit about what you're looking to do and what you're asking the board for?
So we, about a year ago, started a mobile detailing business out of a van. And due to obviously not being able to clean cars during the wintertime, we decided to look for a garage space. And we found out pretty quickly that in order to do that, we need the proper drainage in the garage. The garage that we found has it. And we moved right in, and then since then, we've been just trying to basically solidify everything with you guys.
Okay. So total, how long have you been in operation? Not at this location, just total since the beginning?
A year?
Yeah.
Like about a year.
Okay. And have you had the drainage inspected by the building department at all?
No.
I'm going to pause for a minute. Mr. Commissioner, we've sometimes had issues with detailing shops who have drainage that are either not properly connected to the wastewater or storm drainage system, or are not working properly. Is there any inspection contemplated for this property?
So in the form of intent, I noted that they would need building, plumbing, electrical permits for all work, and that they'd also need to provide a Chapter 34 existing building investigation and evaluation report prior to the change of use. So those would conceivably include reviewing all of those items to ensure that things were compliant.
Great. Thank you. All right. Tell me a little bit about what is your operation model. Do you take drop-ins? Are you there all the time? Do you only do appointments? How do you work?
So currently, we do about like 1 car a day. So there would really only, at the moment, there'd only ever be 1 customer car there in the bay. It'd be 1 customer backed into a space, ready to get picked up, and then 1 space would be taken up by the gentleman doing the details.
Okay. So 1 employee on site at any one time?
1 employee on site.
Okay. And again, do you take walk-ins or are you by appointment?
No, like sometimes we would, but not.
Okay. I saw that there was a little signage on the window to the door that enters your half of the building. Is there
Yeah.
any other signage that you're planning to put up?
We'd like to, yeah, on the exterior, but
Like a sign on a big sign on the exterior of the building, or?
yeah, that just has, we have some signage on the inside.
Hard to see it from the inside.
No, you're right. We're kind of waiting to do all this in order to move forward with that.
What are your hours of operation?
8 a.m. to like 4.
Is that Monday to Friday or
Monday to Friday. Actually, Monday to Saturday.
Monday to Saturday? Okay. So your building is about or your portion of the building, because you're leasing from the owner, is about 1,400 square feet, and you've given us a copy of a parking plan, and it shows 4 spaces on the left-hand side of the building, outside of the building.
Yes,
And then there are 2 bays or 1 bay?
there's 2 bays.
2 bays. Okay. Room to park the customer's vehicle inside at all times?
Yeah.
Will any of the detailing services be done outside of the building?
No.
Okay. And are there any, other than the signage, is there any other renovation that you're planning to the building?
No, the only other renovation we'd be doing is, we have like this, I think somebody came by today, but we have this floor that basically directs the water to go into the drain. We just add it to the other side, but it's completely removable.
Are you going to be conducting any auto sales or auto repairs or auto body work?
No.
Okay. Outside of the bay door, there is an existing dumpster, and there is a large blue mechanical arm in the parking area.
Yeah, it's a lift.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that a working piece of equipment, or did it get taken out?
So when we moved into the space, it was on one of the bays, and we asked the landlord if we could remove it. And He just pretty much told us to put it right there in the meantime. The dumpster, we use it.
Okay,
Well, it has wheels. We could move
Oh, it has wheels, we could move it around too.
okay. The city has been working very hard on the Culley Street area for a few years in cleaning up kind of, I would say, some blight that's been going on in the area. And thus far, it seems to really be making a substantial improvement in the area. We had the auto body shop across the street from you before us, and I think they just concluded last meeting. And they put a lot of effort into cleaning up that area as well, and it's made a big improvement in the neighborhood. Keeping that large mechanical arm, the lift, outside in the parking lot is not consistent with that. So, for myself, I would be looking for that to be removed. I understand you are not the owner of the property, and it's always a little more difficult when you're not the owner of the property. But I don't think it can stay there long-term. Do you have a plan to remove it elsewhere, dispose of it?
Yeah, so we were going to just sell it, to be honest. But obviously, if I had to, I would talk to him tomorrow and just find a different location for it that would be more obscure.
Okay. Do you think you could have it removed within 30 days, one way or the other?
Yeah, no question about it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am going to go to public comment now. Is there anything you wanted to say before we do that? Okay. We'll come back to you, so if you want to say something, there'll be another chance. Is there any person present who wishes to ask a question or make a comment on this matter? If there is, I believe we have someone online who wishes to make a comment. This is Allison Blaisdell or Blydell. Ma'am, welcome to the meeting. Please let us know your city of residence, and
Hi,
you're free to comment.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Briar Street in Fitchburg, which runs parallel to the odd number side of Culley Street. And I just want to echo some sentiments about clutter around the property. Not that it's tremendously cluttered right now, but I'm mainly here because the previous tenants of that space were in the space working until sometimes well after 1 o'clock in the morning. They were extremely noisy. There was clutter everywhere. In fact, there's still an enormous piece of farm equipment on the other side of the shed from this particular property, which once again is not these gentlemen, but has to do with the owner of the property. It's wonderful to see Culley Street being cleaned up and filled up with working businesses. It's very, very close to our residences on Briar Street, and it's starting to get closer and closer. So we would just like to ask that hours of operation kind of stick to normal business hours, that there's consideration for the residential neighbors with regard to noise and clutter on the property, and also with regard to lighting. There have been the entire time these very bright floodlights, which I totally understand why you would want them. You don't want anybody creeping around the property, but they're so bright that they really necessitate the use of both blackout blinds and drapes if you don't want it sort of beaming through your residence. So these are my concerns as an abutter with anything on the odd-numbered side of Culley Street.
Okay. Can I ask you, ma'am, are you referring to lighting that is existing on this half of the structure? If you are standing on Culley Street and looking at the front of the building, it is the left-hand side of the building.
I'm trying to mentally turn that around in my head. There's on each side of the building, not pointing to either Briar or Culley Streets, if that makes sense. So like on the ends of the building, there are very bright floodlights. And it would be incredibly helpful if they were just a lower wattage or had some sort of lens on them to angle the light down rather than just sort of off into the atmosphere, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you have any other comments you wanted to make, ma'am?
No, just those points with regards to hours of operation, the lighting, and noise and clutter, which it sounds like these gentlemen are on it. And so far, everything looks great there. But I just, after my last experience with the previous tenants, I really wanted to show up and just say hello.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming and for your participation. Is there any other person online who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, I am going to move to, we had an email from the woman who just appeared to express her comments herself. This is from the same person. Yep. Okay. So this is from the woman who just spoke, Allison Blaisdell. And she wrote in case she was not present for the meeting. So she states that the auto body shop at 56 Culley is definitely improved, but the hours are starting to generate some noise or disturbance to the neighborhood. She refers to this property, and she states that you are operating outside the normal business hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., sometimes starting just after 7 a.m. She refers to the floodlights and asks for a limit on hours of operation. I'm going to read this into the record because it's here, but I'm just going to note that if there's a matter that is not on our agenda, we really can't entertain discussion of it. This refers to Mr. Saney and 5969 Culley Street and a minor site plan approved. And she states that the abutters did not receive notice. She does not believe the pictures were representative of the site conditions and is concerned about that site plan. That, I think, is a planning board issue. And not the issue of this board. The previous tenants were regularly on the premises until well after 1 a.m., revving motorcycles, using nomadic tools, yelling and swearing 7 days a week. She had to call the police a number of times to get them to be quiet. The light is a disturbance to sleeping. And she's concerned generally about the impact on the residential neighborhood. Are there any city comments? Okay. All right, from Planning Department, the comment is the Planning Board approved a minor site plan approval for the adjacent parcel on 69 Culley Street on September 24th of 2024. A condition of that approval is the lot line between 59 and 69 Culley Street must be adjusted to accommodate for parking spaces. Generally, when there's been a site plan approval, compliance is a condition of any special permit that this board issues. If that was issued on 59 and 69, I rather believe that that involves Mr. Saney rather than you gentlemen. I think that was his project. So, and I'm just going to state for the record, because we are on public record, I see that Mr. Saney is in attendance at this meeting virtually, and I'm going to encourage him to take notice of these comments and address them. So, I am going to move on from here to board questions and comments. Mr. Reynolds, anything? Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Talbot?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gallagher?
No questions.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some standard conditions. Optimistic that this is a much lower impact use of the property. During our process of approving the auto body across the street, I witnessed a lot of wrongdoing at this particular site. You know, engines being pulled with motor fluids being drained towards the city storm drain and things of that. So pretty optimistic about, you know, the change. I'd like to maybe see a review for 3 months or 6 months, something reasonable. Give them the opportunity to get up and going. And maybe just some conditions with regards that all equipment, machinery, unregistered vehicles not related to the auto detailing be removed from the property. Because as Ms. Blaisdell had mentioned that, you know, we're making great strides in the neighborhood, but there's been a lot of activity in that neighborhood that if I were in a butter, I'd be concerned as well. And echoing on the chair's comments about the property owner to address the lighting that's impacting the residential properties, I think we have to be sensitive to that because Ms. Blaisdell lives right behind this property. No outside storage of unregistered vehicles or vehicle parts on the property. Somewhat similar to the first comment, but I think we just really need to state that. Trash to be kept inside, or if it's going to be on the exterior, that a dumpster be installed and properly screened, and hours of operation, sensitive to the neighborhood, and our recent approval of a prior permit, if they're running past the hours of operation that were agreed upon, we should maybe have somebody, you know, just check in on that. And then a sunset clause, and that would be it.
I would add to that inspection of drainage system per the building commissioner's letter. So Mr. McLaughlin referred to a sunset clause. That is a clause that we have in special permits, particularly with motor vehicle-related businesses, because as you can see, if people don't operate them well, they become quite a nuisance to the neighborhood. So that means that if ownership of the business or the leasehold, the lease, were to transfer to another person or entity, that they would have to come back and see us to transfer the special permit. We want the people who are operating motor vehicle businesses in the city to acknowledge the conditions, understand the conditions, and know that they need to abide by the conditions that the special permit sets. Okay. And along those lines, you have filed this application under Caleb Rivera.
Yes.
Are you operating the business under an LLC or a corporation?
LLC, yep.
Okay. And are you both member managers in the LLC?
Yes.
Okay. What's the name of the corporation?
Pristine Mobile Detailing LLC.
Okay. So we are going to check the correct name at the Secretary of State's office. So if you need to correct the spelling, let us know, because if we can't
Yeah.
find that entity, it's going to be a problem.
Right now. Check.
And sir, could you just make sure I have your name spelled correctly?
Julien, Medrano, Medrano.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So it's Pristine, Pristine, space mobile, Mobile, detailing, Detailing, LLC.
Thank you. All right. So the sunset clause would apply if there was a transfer of ownership outside of the two of you or the LLC. Okay. You're going to additionally operate the parking according to the plan that was submitted. And your parking plan, I say this so we have it on the recording for the record. There were two plans submitted, and I acknowledge there was a site plan that was just approved. And neither of the plans that you have submitted show the parking as it exists and is striped on the left-hand side. I am going to refer to the approved site plan. From the planning board, and you will operate according to that site plan. So, if there is a violation of any of these conditions, the board has the right to revoke the special permit, and it may bring you back for violations at any point in time, and if so, there may be modifications of the conditions. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Not to be operated as a public nuisance or a private nuisance. So that's generally odor, noise, operating outside of your approved hours, okay? So your approved hours are, or the hours you've stated are 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Are those hours that you can stick to? Because if we put that in the special permit, it's going to be the limit.
Could we just push it to 6 p.m.? That way, a little bit more of a buffer.
Yeah, I think starting before 8 p.m. would not be okay, but extending until, I think, 6 p.m., I think is within normal operative hours. Okay. All right. Without objection, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any other deliberations from the board before we move to decision? Hearing none, I'm going to look for a motion in the affirmative on the allowance of this special permit.
I'll make a motion, since I have it tonight. And, ZBA 2024-33 for Caliper VR, 59 Culley Street. There's a special permit was requested. And I guess with the conditions, I stated some conditions, but I guess, the board has to obviously weigh in on them and agree, right?
Right.
So I've made a motion, and I guess now some discussion.
I am going to reiterate the conditions that were under discussion. Any and all motor vehicles unrelated to operation of the business shall be removed, and the exterior lift part shall be removed within 30 days of the date of hearing.
And machinery and parts.
No outside storage of machinery, parts, abandoned or junked vehicles, or other debris. The dumpster servicing the business shall be kept inside or shall be screened if kept on the exterior. I know that the dumpster has to be moved out to be picked up, and then you can move it back in. I understand that.
Oh, so you want us to move the dumpster inside the unit?
Yep. When it's going to need to be emptied, of course, you're going to have to move it out and they empty it. But in general, either it's kept inside the unit or there is screening constructed outside for the dumpster.
Screening?
Screening would be fencing or vegetative screening.
Okay.
So screening is not chain link fencing because I can see right through it.
Okay.
If you look to the opposite side of the street, there is a screen parking area. So you might want to look at what they did there.
Okay.
Okay. Next condition, hours of operation 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Next condition, permit holder shall complete an inspection of the drainage system servicing the premises as specified in the determination letter of the building commissioner dated January 9th, 2024. Next condition, not to be operated as a public or private nuisance. Next condition, sunset clause, this special permit shall terminate upon the transfer of ownership from Pristine Mobile Detailing LLC, Caleb Rivera, or Julian Medrano. Okay. And then a review date. And would like you to be in operation, have completed the cleanup outside of the arm, and have the inspection of the drainage system done. So I'm looking at about 6 months, and that would be a May meeting. So that is May 15th. 13. It's the Tuesday. 2025. Any objection to any of the conditions as stated? Any addition to the conditions as stated?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none.
I'll second his motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
I'm sorry, did I miss
Review May.
that? Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Congratulations. Special permit decision will be issued. Please speak to the building commissioner about the items that you need to take care of and the start of operations. Good luck to you in your business, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you as well. All right, calling the next matter, ZBA 24-34, Carlos Martins, 28 Heywood Street. This is a request for a special permit under Section 181.336 of the Fitchburg Code to reinstate a vacant or abandoned nonconforming structure and/or use from a group home, and under Section 181.333 to alter a nonconforming structure to provide for a substantially different purpose by special permit pursuant to Section 181.94, located in the Residential C District. Gentlemen, welcome to the meeting. Could you each please give me your name and city of residence?
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Ron Burke. I'm the principal at Burke Designs. So I'm the architect.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm also a partner in Integrity Modular Design and Construction.
Okay. And what is your business city?
Beg your pardon?
What city does your business?
Waltham, Mass.
Thank you. And you, sir?
My name is Carlos Martins, Ashby.
Thank you, sir. And you?
All of them are right, Woburn?
Thank you. All right. Mr. Burke, would you like to give us an overview of the project?
Sure. Thank you for hearing us tonight. So the project is a combination of an interior renovation to an existing non-conforming structure, as well as the addition of 3 modular units to the site. The building, there's a little confusion because it's listed as 48 Heywood Street, but there's no access from Heywood. Pardon me?
28.
28.
28, sorry.
Yeah.
But there's no access to the building from that.
No.
So I think the nonconformity is, and that's considered the front setback, but it's only 9.5 feet, whereas I believe 20 is what's required. Historically, it looks like the site has always been accessed from Salem Street with a front door and parking. So that's really why we're here before you, as well as the change in use from the past, which I believe was a school, which may have been before that a nurse's convent, to a residential use.
Given that the use assigned to it is a group home, so it was a residential use.
Okay.
So that would have been the convent rather than the school.
Okay. So we would like to renovate that into 17 multifamily units, a combination of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom.
All right. Let me kind of talk to you a little bit on this point because I see 20 units on the plan that were submitted.
Well, the 3 units which will be modular outside of the building.
Okay, so a total of 20.
Total of 20, right.
Okay, go ahead. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
We have shown 16 parking spaces and 22 is required. Ricky has discussed with the church and they're willing to lease us parking spaces adjacent to the site to fulfill the obligation.
So that's on the abutting parking lot that the church decided to divide for some reason when it sold the property?
Yep. Yeah, I talked to Father Juan, and he's willing to work with us.
Okay. I will say in general with parking, the city's looking for an easement rather than a long-term lease unless we're looking at a really long-term lease.
Okay.
So I would gear your discussions in that direction with the Archbishop. So you're going to need to obviously go to the planning board. The planning board, we're still, Commissioner Zamel, we're still going to require a special permit for a multifamily use?
Yes.
Okay. As well as the site plan review.
That's correct.
Our job here is to permit or not permit the change of use in a pre-existing non-conforming structure. Okay. I'm going to make the following comments on what I see from the plan, and I would say take all these comments with a grain of salt because you'll get these and more from the planning board when you go for the full review. I am very happy to see the reuse of that building as a multifamily structure. I think that is a great use. The addition of the extra units on the outside seems to me too much intensity of use on this particular lot. The topography, as I am sure we have all seen, is quite challenging in the back. It's nice and level, but then it goes straight down like a shot 20 feet. The retaining walls there are old. Some places there are none. There's just a pile of dirt. And putting those extra units in what is now the parking area, because I would call it that because it's got a chain link fence around it. That's pretty much where the units are going to go.
That's correct.
That's going to take up all the space that is there. It's going to place a greater weight on that land. I have a concern about the retaining system that's going on the backside structure holding that much more weight. Provision of green space, I think, is an essential component of having this plan, and by putting those units in that yard, that's where your green space would be. I understand it's asphalt now, but that's what it has the potential to serve for the residents. A pet relief area with that many units in the structure is something that should be considered. You may have EV requirements on the parking. And the parking being sufficient is obviously going to be a big concern in that area. You go up there right now, and it's just open, and you're like, there's plenty of places to park, but you've only got half of the lot that is there.
Right.
There is no sidewalk on that street, I think you need to think about, especially if you have one vehicle per unit, some walkers using that neighborhood. Right now, the building doesn't seem like it's secure. The second story has a door wide open. There's some windows. I would love to see you guys make sure that the building is secure while you're going through this process. I would hate to see the building damaged by somebody entering it and just wanting to keep warm.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, we put cameras up. They keep opening the doors and break the windows.
Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
And you probably saw all of us climbing around the building over the weekend. So, yeah. All right. There is a large grate in the middle of the parking lot, and the entire land is sloped towards that grate. There, I am sure, is some existing drainage system. You should put in some thought into what it is, what your construction is going to do to change it, if anything, and making sure that the drainage system that has worked continues to work. So,
We actually have a civil engineer who, unfortunately, for medical reasons, had to step back. So we're in the process of trying to find a replacement.
okay, that's good. I wanted to ask whether the plan was based on an on-site survey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We sometimes get people coming in and they don't go to the actual site.
No.
With the topography, it's a little different.
Yeah, he was able to do the existing conditions before he had to step back.
Yeah. And then finally, as I'm looking around, I understand this is a building that's been there since 1962. So it's kind of part of the neighborhood as it exists. But looking at some of the other structures around there to put some details into the windows on the building, which are now just kind of plate glass, very plain. There is another brick building across from the church that has a little more detail in the windows, and putting some thought into amending the building so that it shows its residential character and blends in with the neighborhood.
Sure.
I think might be appreciated as well. So those, I wanted you to have kind of all of those comments.
Okay.
I understand that most of them and more are going to be addressed within the planning board process, but I want to have you as prepared as possible so you can go in and be successful.
Sure, no, I
in the planning board
appreciate
and
that.
have a good contract.
Yeah, if I could sort of comment on a few of them.
Absolutely.
The addition of the modular units really is not adding a lot of weight, and with the proper foundations, disperse the load. So I'm set back from the hill a good 10 feet. So I don't see that as being something that's going to put any stress on the retaining walls.
Okay.
And actually, as a modular company, we'd like to use this project because it's our own project, as a pilot project for doing modular in Fitchburg. We're completing our certification. We're based out of Worcester, and our focus is going to be on multifamily housing. And we've kind of fallen into the ADU market just from the new law that came out. But we're looking forward to working with some of the communities along the 495 belt and we think we can provide a good product at a reasonable price and speed to market and all the great things that modular provides. So that was the intent here, was for us to add these units so we could work out our own. It's a beautiful site to work on for us. And also, by putting that accessible unit on the outside, it eliminates the need to put an elevator on the inside. Because it is a sort of a, it's partially, one floor is partially buried in the basement, the next floor is half a story up, so we would have to add an elevator to that building.
Right.
It'd be very difficult to add it inside, we'd have to add it on the outside.
You're going to have one accessible unit?
Yes.
Okay. To comment a little bit again on the parking, which it sounds like you're going to resolve, which is good. That neighborhood, although it is close to major thoroughfares like Water Street down below, no one's walking up and down that hill to get to Water Street, to go shopping, to go use any services, and there's no real services up there in that neighborhood. Everybody's going to need a car.
Okay.
So I would take that into strong consideration as you're moving forward, that however many units there are there, they each need at least one parking space.
I agree, and we're also providing bicycle storage. Being studios, you're going to get young people there, and a lot of young people are going to have bicycles instead of cars.
Young people are not going to bicycle up and down the hill to Water
Not the
Street.
hill, yeah.
My car barely drives up that hill from Water Street.
All right.
All right, so I am going to go out to public comment and then board comment, and then we'll see where we're going after that. So is anybody here like to make a comment on this project?
Just one question, sorry.
Sure.
How many units we have to do affordable?
That's for the planning board to decide.
Okay.
That would be within the planning board purview under their special permit.
All right, sounds good.
And I don't know whether you're using any of the other provisions like PUD or something like that within our zoning ordinance. But just remember that we do have a particular multifamily housing section in 181.74, I believe.
Right.
And it has a density requirement and a lot area requirement that's associated with the number of units. So that would either need to be addressed or waived, or just make sure, that's not what this board does.
Yeah, sure, I appreciate
Just
that.
pointing out the provision to make sure you address it. Okay. Anyone in person want to make a comment? Anyone online want to make a comment or ask a question, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I am going to go to board member comment and question. Mr. Reynolds?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Oh, I am going to, we have a city department comment from the planning department that special permit and site plan approval is required by the planning board.
Okay.
So, any other comments from city departments? Okay. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Talbot?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gallagher?
All set.
Okay. Mr. McLaughlin?
What if I said no comment?
Would be amazed.
Right?
You're welcome to say no comment.
Great project, great building, excited to see the rehabilitation. Not really a fan of modular units, and not really on board with the reduction in parking, because we're not even accommodating enough off-street parking for just the tenants, never mind any visitors. And it's a huge, expansive property. So I'd like to maybe make that a topic of discussion. The intent and purpose in 18111, some of the three key bullets are lessen congestion in the streets, prevent overcrowding of land, and avoid undue concentration of population. I look at those every time we look at these density projects. I think it's a great project. I'm favorable on it. I just think it needs a little bit of massaging to be a great project.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Do you have any further statements you want to make before we move to deliberation, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So without objection, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we'll move to deliberation. I think the board in general is favorable on the project as a concept.
As a concept, yeah, but like Mike says, parking is utmost.
What I'd like to talk about is the extent to which we resolve this problem, or where they have to get a special permit for the multifamily use and they have to go through site plan review. I think most of the job of addressing these issues is with the planning board. So my thought on how to address the particular issue that I am concerned about and want to make sure is addressed is parking. I think that's the one that I want to make sure is resolved. So my thought is that we could set a guideline of at least one parking space per dwelling unit. And that all parking shall either be on the subject lot or by easement on an adjacent lot. That might
Now,
set that parameter for the planning board.
An easement on an adjoining lot, what does that mean?
So what that would mean, rather than having a lease which has a term of years,
Okay.
right? So it has an expiration date. Having an easement means that the right to park on that adjacent lot is permanent and cannot be revoked by the owner of the lot.
How about after it sells?
Nope, it would run with the land. An easement runs with the land.
Okay, so it's like, it's almost a variance.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah.
All right.
Permanent.
Permanent. It's a permanent resolution to the parking issue.
Okay.
That-
But I can't go along with one car per unit.
You would offer to buy it?
If they're gonna have two bedrooms, if they have two bedrooms, it means that there are going to be two people there. Or it's going to be a couple and they're going to have a child there. So, two cars
So
per apartment,
if
for a
it's
two-car apartment.
If it's a two-bedroom
Two-bedroom,
apartment,
right.
the requirement under the zoning ordinance is 1.5.
We
And
round up.
a one-bedroom and a studio is one.
We round up.
And I just want to look back at the plan and see the number of two-bedroom apartments.
I'm sorry, so it's two parking spaces? I went by the ordinance, that's where the 22 parking spaces came from, was the 1.5 for a two-bedroom,
Yeah,
one space for studio and a one-bedroom.
yeah, so,
If I could add that, Ricky just informed me that the priest had also mentioned that we could purchase that sliver of property instead of an easement.
that
That
would
would be perfect.
Yeah, okay.
be great.
But 22 spaces, because I was a little confused on the parking, because we're meeting the criteria based on the zoning of the,
I think there's just a little, I'm not going to call it sarcasm, but feedback from the board. Some of our bylaws were recently changed. Doesn't mean that all the board members agree with
Okay.
the reduction, where today's world,
Right.
people have more cars,
Yeah.
not less cars, yet we lessened the requirement. So our concerns moving forward are that there's never enough off-street parking for the people that, in all reality, are going to live there. Factor in snow removal and the fact that somebody might come by and visit you.
Right.
And we're going to end up with cars parked all up and down the street again. So that's kind of where this whole,
so I guess my
Feedback
question
in.
would be, if we have the opportunity to purchase an adjacent piece of property to the size that we asked for, how many parking spaces would be, it'd be outside of what's required, but what is something that the board would be comfortable with?
You buy the property, how many slots is it going to give you?
Well, we're going to request the size of the easement we need or that purchase.
Oh, okay.
he has a large parking lot there, so he's just going to give us that section that's adjacent to our property.
I understand.
So if we said, okay, that will fit 6 spaces, well, if it's 10 spaces that we should have, then we'll just ask for a space for 10 cars. We kind of have
I got you.
Yeah.
So,
Math is going on down there.
Yeah.
And
To explain what he was talking about, this city has a problem that's unbelievable in the wintertime with on-street parking, because there's just, and our fire facilities can't get to where the emergency is because the car's parked on the street. So
okay,
the emphasis here is to get as many people off the street with something new or something being rebuilt.
Okay. No, that's a valid point. You know, when you have a lot of hills and things too, it makes it very difficult to navigate. Yeah. So we have sort of a unique situation where we can sort of ask for the property that we need on the right, and he'd be very amenable to it. So we just have to understand what exactly we should be asking for.
Mike's got his computer out, so he's figuring out the parking spaces you're going to need.
I think I'm just trying to be, really understand this. Do you have a second to just look at this picture? And just tell me, in front of the building, right? And then to the left, is that all your property?
Right.
Okay.
This area in here, there's not sufficient space to have a parking space with a backup, where we're putting we're looking to put the module.
So this whole parking lot, all the way, all around here, is this all yours?
No, this was subdivided before they purchased the property.
Yeah.
Right.
About rough this spaces.
So in other words, if you had purchased the whole thing, you've got everything you need.
More.
The only reason he doesn't want to sell the whole thing because the overflow parking for the church. He came to the building and talked to me about it. He's like, if you buy some of it and you plow for us, I'm willing to sell for you, but this is overflow parking.
So is there an issue if the church sells too much land where they've reduced their parking to what's not acceptable by the building department?
I'm sure the church requires parking for its own uses.
Yeah, so they have
several other lots.
Yeah, so the church is here. On the front of the church, they have another parking lot. And this one's overflow. That's what he was saying. He's like, people don't go to church that much anymore, but still we need the overflow parking.
Okay. So
he wanted,
you have the option to buy more adjacent land to you?
Just adjacent to us.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That helps a lot.
So whatever we need to design an appropriate parking, we can sort of say, okay, this is where the line is.
Okay, that helps.
Well, if you bought the whole parking lot, you'd have an opportunity to put in some green space or a little park for the residents there.
I don't know that that's an option in the board.
Yeah, just because.
I'm just passing on an idea. Passing on an idea.
I want to bring this back in because I'm just going to remind Mr. McLaughlin that I did close the public hearing, and
I didn't reopen it.
Yep. So I agree that under the ordinance, the calculation of spaces required for the number of units proposed is 22 spaces. And that is, there are 4 two-bedroom units under the calculation. I agree that additional spaces are advisable for visitors and guests and maintenance workers and any other number of reasons. I would generally put the additional number of spaces as 5 in this size of property for those purposes. I do not wish to overly tie the hands of the planning board, and if they believe that an increased number of parking spaces is warranted, or if they believe that a decreased number of units is warranted, the parking should be adjusted accordingly. So I think that what we should propose as a condition, in addition to that, any parking shall be on an abutting property under easement or purchased by the lot owners, is that parking shall be compliant with section 181.512 for the number of dwelling units, and shall additionally contain at least 5 parking spaces over the amount required to accommodate guests, agents, workmen, and employees. That would be my proposal for what we would do, and a lot of the detail that, has been discussed, green space, definitely is going to be a planning board consideration. EV spaces, et cetera. That the remaining details go before the planning board, and if that we're going to conduct a review, we conduct that review after the planning board process is completed.
So when you say green space, you're talking about percentage of lot coverage?
So when I talk about green space, and I'm going to answer the question, but remind you that the public hearing is closed, so the board deliberations are the only thing that's supposed to go on. Green space is usable outdoor recreation space for the residents of the dwelling. There is currently none on the property. And so a proposed plan, there's going to be a question about where can we accommodate green space for the residents of the building. So, and pet relief area obviously is self-explanatory on that issue. Going back to my board members, comments on the proposal for those 2 conditions.
I have questions on the parking.
Thank you.
If the ordinance says that they only have to have 22 spots, I mean, yes, an extra 5 would be desirable, but, I mean, would we really hang up a project on something like that? I mean, in this situation, they have an ideal opportunity to buy some additional spots, but I mean, something like this, the ordinance says 22 spots. This could make or break a project.
So we're never on the numbers side of the project, right? And I don't always think it's appropriate for the board to get involved in the numbers game for the project contractor. But if the project goes forward, this will be a permanent addition to the city for a minimum of the next 50 years. And so if we the adjustment for the contractor is how many units am I going to have on this project? And if the cost of 5 spaces, because this project will have at least 1 vehicle for every unit in that building. There's no question in my mind about that.
At least 1.
We will definitely have guests and employees and visitors coming to that and not having anywhere to park, especially.
I understand the reasoning behind it, but why do we come up with these numbers in the ordinance if we're going to arbitrarily say, you need your 22 plus 4 more?
The ordinance actually allows for additional spaces beyond the calculation for reasons like this. You have, for instance, in the case where there's a business and we have a calculation based on the square footage of the business of how many parking spaces we should have. That may or may not include employees coming to the building who need parking spaces as well. And the ordinance does describe that as a less specifically calculated number than the number per dwelling units. I'm not hearing from this project owner that it's going to make or break the project.
No, and I didn't mean from a financial standpoint,
Yeah.
it's great that they have these options available to them,
Yeah.
but, in a smaller, condensed neighborhood where this extra parking was not an option, like this would terminate the project.
Yeah. And
There
but our
is.
job is.
There is, on this one. I'm just asking why, if we have these numbers in the ordinance for the required amount of parking, why do we ask for more? Why don't we just make the ordinance more?
Well, amending the ordinance is another issue. But, and opinions differ on this. That's why we have all of these board members, so that we can have opposing opinions, talk it out, and come to a decision. Speaking just for myself, what I would say is that our job is to represent the interests of the citizens of this town, and not just the interests of the person who is coming before us to do a project. In large part, they align. The city is going to be benefited by having more housing. It's going to be great. I look forward to it. But the external effects on the remaining neighborhood will otherwise go unaddressed unless the board undertakes to think about them. So that's my response. It's personal for everybody. So, any other comments on that proposal? Go ahead, Mr. McLaughlin.
Well thought out by the board with regards to the parking. Just want to reiterate regarding these modular units. And I don't know the bylaws with regards to the disabilities, that there was comment made about the need or not need for an elevator. And is it based on one of these units being built? I'm not quite sure, because I don't want that to impact the project, and try to understand. So I don't know if you can ask the applicant that question, so I can make a good decision.
I'll reiterate what I understood him to say, and I'm just going to ask you to nod to confirm, or if you need to correct me, we'll reopen the hearing at this point. So what I heard was that there is one accessible unit planned for this building, that it is planned to be the exterior modular unit because it will lie flat on the ground rather than need to go up the steps to get into the building. There is no need for an elevator to be added to the building. Yes? Thank you.
Okay, so if those 3 units are not put in,
Remembering only one of them was designed as accessible. One accessible unit. The other 2 were just additional studios.
okay. So if there were no additional modular units, does the building need an elevator? I don't know the answer, so I'm asking the question.
Okay.
And if the building commissioner can help us out.
The building commissioner is not on the board either, so without objection, I'm going to reopen the public hearing. Mr. Commissioner, can you comment on this?
It really depends upon the scope of work they're doing and how many units there are. If the total is over 20 units, then they need to have at least, I think it's 5% accessible units. And then if there are over 12 units in the building, then they need to provide access to all common use spaces. So it really depends upon the layout of the building and what they're going to propose, which is what would be written into a Chapter 34 report by the architect upon permit application.
Does that answer your question, Mr. McLaughlin?
So this is for 17 units without?
It's 20, without the modular, it would be 17 units.
Okay, so does that require?
It would require Group 2 units to be provided.
2?
No, Group 2, which is what you would call ADA units. It would require, I think it's 5% of the units to be designated as ADA units that have to be interspersed based upon the unit mix. So there's some math that needs to happen based on the unit mix to determine how many one-beds, two-beds, studios need to be ADA compliant. In addition to that, there has to be at least 2% over and above the number of ADA units that have to be for people who are hard of hearing, that have to be retrofitted in addition.
Okay, so we don't know the answers at this point.
And that is something that would come up at building permitting side phase.
I'm going to, since we've reopened, please.
Right, so because of the nature of the building being almost, think of a split-level home, where you actually can't enter into it at grade. You either have to go down half a flight or up half a flight. To do an ADA unit would not be possible without an elevator.
Okay.
Or some sort of a lift system.
So, again, I'm going to ask the question, does the 17 units require an ADA unit?
If they're group 2 that has to be ADA accessible, yes.
How many?
Well, it would be 1 unit.
Okay.
But, I'm sorry, let me take that back. Whatever the group 2 requirements are in the MAAB, Massachusetts Architectural Access Board.
Okay. Are you able to put an addition on the building that would be in keeping with the architecture of the building for an ADA unit?
If I were to put an addition onto the side of the building, it would affect another unit on that wall. In other words, if I put a 20-foot addition onto the unit, one of my units within the building would be impacted, actually 2 of them would be, by that addition being up against it, because I have to have egress windows in the bedrooms.
Okay.
And natural light.
So your proposal, because I apologize, I didn't see it on the plan, you're talking about modular units. You're talking like modular homes that you're going to put on the property?
Well, we manufacture, we're a turnkey company. In other words, we do the site work, we do the modular units in our factory, and we do them in such a way that we complete them right to the grout. So when they're delivered onto the site, the only thing we have left to do is bring in the appliances and do the finished painting.
And they're going to go on a pad?
They'll go on a foundation. That's correct.
Foundation or a pad?
Well, it could be a slab on grade, or it could be a foundation with a crawl space.
Okay.
We have a variety of ways to do it. So that's where the module will come from us. We will construct it ourselves in our factory.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go back to Commissioner Zamel.
My question is more for clarification for Mr. McLaughlin. When you're saying modular, I have a feeling you might be talking about manufactured homes, like what we have up at Woodland Estates. That's not what modular is. Modular is a style of off-site construction that has to meet the full building code, has to be fully permitted by the state, unlike the manufactured homes that you would see at a trailer park, for example, that have to be inspected and permitted by us and have to meet all current building codes. And they're built off-site and then transported on a truck, and it's kind of like Legos in a certain respect, where, say, a 2-bedroom unit would be 2 boxes, and they have to be interconnected, and often it's like quick connections for the fire suppression system, as well as plumbing systems and electrical systems. But it all has to be centrally connected to the building. It's all becomes one building instead of like multiple little trailers, which a lot of people mistake or confuse modular with manufactured buildings.
Where's your factory?
Manufactured is trailer
Worcester.
style.
Worcester?
Modular is brought in.
Right up by Polo Park.
Yes. And
Let me have a card. And
further
I'd like to
educate.
I'd like to come down and see it.
In Massachusetts today, you can put homes on slabs versus foundations.
Yep, just like with a stick-built house. With a stick-built house, you could do the same thing. A modular is just a different way of building a stick-built house. It's built in a factory, so arguably it's actually better in terms of because of quality control requirements of the state. And there's a lot of reform happening in the modular industry right now at the national level.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Does that help resolve your
I'm
questions?
getting there with my knowledge. Just slow. Thank you.
Every day we learn new things, Mr. McLaughlin.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you propose any condition related to the issue of either the additional units outside or the modular construction?
If one modular unit is required to meet the compliance, I'm in favor of it. Otherwise, it's if we start allowing multiple, we're depleting potential parking, which we need, and it's going to start to look like a park. So that's a beautiful building, and I think we need to retain its architecture. And, you know, if a modular unit is put on, that somehow the architecture blends with the neighborhood in the building that's going to be renovated. Thank you.
So a proposed condition would be that any exterior modifications blend with the existing building in the neighborhood?
Or blends with the architecture on site, right? Windows, roof lines, you know, it's just something to tie it in. We're going to have multiple structures on one lot.
I have to tell you, I'm not sure we saw the same building. I look forward to the renovation of the building. Historic as it may be, it's from 1962, and I think it could use an improvement in the exterior architecture myself.
Not a lot of great architecture back then.
Unless we looked at a different building, but I think we looked at the same one.
It's a beautiful brick building.
It does have brick on the exterior. That's great. But I'm not a fan of something that I think. I'm not a particular fan of the architecture. It's a personal opinion. So I want to move this along. It's getting late. So we have two proposed conditions. Number one, that all parking be satisfied by on-site parking or an abutting lot owned by the permit holder or which the permit holder holds a permanent easement on. And second, that the applicant provide the parking required under section 181.512 for the number of units eventually approved, with an additional 5 spaces for guests, employees, and agents. Do you want to add the condition about style of architecture?
Just one modular unit.
Okay.
Or see how the board is, you know, thoughts on that.
I would rather allow the planning board to determine the number of units in the building. They're going to the planning board for a multifamily special permit. We are not the granting authority on that. I think it's a little bit outside of what we're doing.
For us for then?
A proposal to allow a modification in use to a pre-existing non-conforming structure. So,
And we're allowed to impose reasonable conditions.
reasonable conditions, yes.
I'd like to propose that as a reasonable.
Please state the condition again for me.
Condition would be that only one modular unit to help meet the ADA compliance.
Okay.
And to allow for more adequate parking for the main building.
Any further discussion on any of the proposed conditions?
I'm not sure I agree with the one.
I think we're going to vote out the conditions separately. Okay. Is there any objection to the prior two conditions from any person? Would you want to hold a vote on that separately? Yes? Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm going to make sure I close the public hearing again. And I'd look for a motion on the allowance of the special permit without conditions to begin with. Can someone make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. And before we have a second of that motion, may I have a second motion modifying the motion for allowance
Yes.
to add the condition as stated regarding parking being on lot or on the abutting lot with an easement?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to vote in favor or against each amendment, and then in the end, we shall vote on the special permit as a whole. Okay? Any discussion on this particular amendment? None? All right. All those in favor of the amendment to add the easement condition? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed to adding the easement condition? Mr. McLaughlin, are you abstaining?
I'm in deep thought.
Okay.
I guess that allows them some flexibility. I'm more apt to see that it be a permanence in the purchase, as they have stated that. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'll vote in favor.
Okay. So that is unanimous. The amendment passes. The next proposed amendment would be to add a condition stating that the applicant shall provide the number of parking spaces required in section 181.512 plus 5 additional units for visitors, guests, employees, and agents. Do you agree to take under consideration the amendment of the motion?
Do we have a second on the main motion?
We have to get to the end of the amendments before we second.
Okay.
Yep.
Still figuring this out.
Yeah. Any discussion on this amendment? All right, all those in favor of this amendment, adding the condition to the special permit, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Nay. 4-1, the amendment passes. And then finally, would the movement allow a modification to be considered, adding a condition that the number of modular units on the exterior of the property be limited to one ADA accessible unit? Any discussion on the amendment?
Just my personal thought, if we drop it down to one unit, we're going to get more of that, I think, that trailer park feel we were looking for, just due to the size of the units that were shown on the plan. I think if we single it down to one unit, it's just going to make it look really out of place compared to the 3 units.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My comment on the deliberation would be that I do not want to set the number of units. I think that should remain within the purview of the planning board when they consider the special permit for multifamily dwelling. So that is my comment on the modification. Is there any other comment on the condition?
I just have a question in general.
Sure.
I mean, about multiple structures on one lot.
Are you asking, there can be more than one structure on a lot serving the same principal use, which is multifamily dwelling?
So I can build 2 houses on one house lot?
There used to be only one principal structure provision in the zoning ordinance, and it was eliminated.
Isn't that a surprise? Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any other comment on the proposed modification to the motion? All right, all those in favor of adding the condition limiting the number of exterior modular units to be added? All those in favor of that condition? All those opposed?
Aye.
Nay? 3? And are you in favor?
I wouldn't mind.
Okay. So that modification fails. So now we must vote on the original motion with the two conditions, first two conditions added.
Is that because this only requires a simple majority?
No, in order for the motion to be amended, there would need to be our normal 4-person majority. It was a 3-2 vote, and so that amendment did not pass, just as it would not pass if we separated out the whole thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So do I have a second on the motion as amended with the two conditions?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? 1, 4-1, passes. Thank you for tolerating our parliamentary procedure and the operation of democracy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sir, I'm sure you know the process with the issuance of special permit decisions and the 21-day appeal period
When's the
that
next
is
review?
allowed. The board does want to see you for review, and I think that we should allow about 4 months for the process to continue on the other side. So that would put us to March
Good, thank you.
11th, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Calling the next matter on the agenda, ZBA 24-35, Brian Ruberti, 776 Ashby State Road. It's a request for a dimensional variance under Section 181.416 of the Fitchburg Code to erect a 24 by 84 commercial prefabricated greenhouse encroaching on the rear yard setback, reducing it from the minimum required 50 feet, leaving a 22-foot rear yard setback. Okay. Pursuant to Section 181.93, located in the rural residential district. And Mr. Gallagher is going to be leaving us. Thank you for staying as long as you did. We still have a 5-member board with Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you.
I am so glad you're here. So, Mr. Ruberti, welcome to the meeting this evening. Thank you for your patience. It is 10 o'clock, and I want to make sure that this goes forward without much delay. We have seen you here before, as we all know.
Correct.
And I think you were here when we had the discussion regarding how the state statute sets the criteria for a variance in front of another applicant. I just want to preface this hearing because it has been sometimes difficult. The board's had some difficulty talking to you during the hearing. No one on this board is anything but supportive of your business enterprise and your future success. We have the criteria that we have to evaluate. We have to ask you questions around that criteria in order to make sure that we have a decision that follows the law and is supportable in the factual record. That is the only purpose for the questions that we ask you. And if you have any question about what I'm asking you, please ask me for clarification. So with that said, please tell us a little bit about the project, why you're here. Again, I understand that you've been here before, but each time we are here, we have to create a public record. Go ahead, sir.
As you know, my name is Brian Roberti. I am representing the Carriage Shed, 27 years farm stand nursery in Fitchburg. I was in front of you on May 14th for a special permit. It passed 5-0 in my favor unanimously. I was very forthfronting, and I showed you the dimensions of the old greenhouse at 25 feet by 50, adding on to a new one by 24 by 84, non-conforming structure. Since then, we did a lot of things. We went to the Conservation Wetland Committee, and they came up and they looked at the project and they saw where the building was going, and they were in favor of it, 5-0 in my favor. Since then, I already met with the planning board. It was an informal meeting. They had very good ideas, very helpful. We talked about additional parking in the rear, which I have a new plan that is stamped that I'm going next week or the week after to the planning board, and they said if I would amend it, show some additional parking, an access road to the back, and additional parking in the rear, they would really like that a lot, and I did what they said, and it's stamped by surveyor. I also, on October 1st, got issued a building permit from Mr. Zamel, and it was on the conditions pending, which, I got excited. I thought we had the permit, and it was on two things pending. One, going to the Conservation Wetland Committee, which I did check the box. It passed 5-0 in my favor. Mr. Donnelly came up, saw where the building was going. He thought it was very nice. He liked the setback of the building and had no problem with it. Put up the silk fence and straw bales and go from there. And then we meet with the planning board. That was the two things on this requirement. I never had on the highlighted area come back to the zoning board of appeals. When I left here for the special permit, like I said again, I was forthcoming with the dimensional relief that I had, showing you the building, what I had, what the new building was going to be, and the verifications of what I had to work with. Anyways, with the new amendments that we came in, I cannot move the building any which way but that way because of the plan that I have and you have of the slope and the structure of the raise of the whole thing. I cannot move it to the left. I can't move it to the right. By the planning board with parking in the rear, I can't move the building forward because they want parking to go in the rear. They thought it was a great idea for guys and people to come in, turn around, and drive out on Ashby State Road, which is Route 31, a secondary highway. And with the map, it shows the whole area. It's got a little topograph of the map. Why the building is where I'm putting it is because that is the flat piece of the land. Where the slope and the rise is, where you have on the plans that I showed you on the last meeting, it never changed. It's same that by moving the building, it would be detrimental because it would be in the area of where it needs to go. Like I say before, this building is for to keep plants safe. I do not propagate. I do not use chemicals. I do not use pesticides. I do not use any of that. All it is a storage facility to keep my plants safe from the weather, like I stated, for Mother's Day, Memorial Day, and all that. And again, there is no forever chemicals. I do not grow it. I bring it in and I sell the finished product. So that being said, I just want to make this go forward. I've been going through your hurdles and all the chambers of Department of Conservation, Planning Board, your board already, now we're back again. It's been a year since I started this project. I don't have a building because I tore it down except for my front walls because I wanted to show the front walls and the existing building, because if I tore that down, I would have no leg to stand on. So I do have the old structure still up on my building. I am moving it back 15 feet because on the planning board, what they've requested to have an access road, which I show in the new plan, it's for cars to come in and it's plenty of land. It's a unique situation. I know it's a rural residential area. It's been that way. I grew up there. I abut the property next to me for 47 years. My father built a house in 1974. I milked the cows and baled the hay with the farm, which was On Howe Farm, one of the biggest dairy farms in Massachusetts. The land is still 400 acres around me. Nobody to the right of me. I'm on the left. And again, I'm trying to work with you. I think I'm coming forefront and coming to show you everything that I'm doing. And again, it's a time-sensitive deal. The building has been on back order. Canada wants to know why I'm not placing the order. I told them we had to deal with what we had to deal with, and once we can, we're going to make it go through. All I'm trying to do is just make it go forward. I'm not inventing the wheel. I've been there 27 years. It's been me, my father, and my dog. My dog has passed. My father's been dead. And believe it or not, what I do is all me. And for what I do, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot. And sometimes I don't give myself enough credit. All I'm trying to do is, the old building is a 25 by 50 feet. The new building is 24 feet by 84 feet. Yes, it's 30 feet bigger, but again, with the times, I ran out of space to put my plants, and that's why I'm doing that. So let's try to make it go forward, and that's all I got to say. So,
okay. I have a couple questions for you before we move forward. Because I've been looking at this and trying to think a way through it, because as I said to the prior applicant, I like people to do what they want to do with their land as long as they're not bothering other people. Am I correct in thinking that greenhouses benefit most from having a certain orientation as far as being east-west oriented? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Do greenhouses benefit from having a certain orientation? Do they operate best in the Northeast, for instance, if they are on an east-west or a southeast-northwest axis?
To my knowledge, no. I'm just trying to put the building in the flat spot of the area where the topography map shows by putting the building, which Mr. Donnelly, when he came up to the yard, he agreed by putting it where we discussed. He had no problems, and again, they voted 5-0 in my favor. To your question, no, I can't say that or not. Again, by the request of the planning board to put additional parking in the rear, I cannot move it forward. And by putting it the other way, there is a slope in the plan that you have in front of you that shows the area that if I put the building in another way, it would not conform to that regulation. So to your question, no.
All right. You have a modified plan that you just received. Do you have your only copy of it?
This is a copy of it, correct? I cannot give it to you.
Yeah.
The planning board has it right now.
Do you have it? All right.
This is the plan. It's a stand right there.
Ms. Bohart has an extra copy.
There you go.
So the board has to keep anything that it takes and looks at.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to make sure it was an extra copy. If you can please give the board just a moment to look.
Sure.
I'm going to pass the new plan around. Jim has to look because he's a voting member
Oh, yeah,
now.
you're voting, huh? Here's the plan.
It's about time.
Telling you.
Thank you.
Looks like a plan, right?
Thank you. So I'm going to turn to the second part of the criteria for a variance. that if the relief is not granted, the issue would create a substantial hardship for financial or otherwise. Can you tell me why there would be a substantial hardship, financial or otherwise?
Sure. When I started this project a year ago, I put the order in the building for this dimension of the building, so the plans of the building is already on hold, number one, so I really couldn't renege on it. Two, I have thousands of dollars on plans that are showing you exactly, like I said, when I came here on May 17th, forthcoming to you, it showed exactly the relief of where that building was going, and nothing has changed from that. So by changing things, which I can't, because it will not conform to go this way, back, or that, that's where the building has to go. That's more money, and it just can't be done. So that's where the chips, I guess, are going to have to fall. I have nothing to add to that. So everyone, just like that. Oh,
I'm trying to ask you questions to guide you back to the variance criteria.
yeah.
Where you state that the issue with the lot is the topography, in that there's a flat area and otherwise there's a rise.
Right.
Would you agree that in order to make that rise level enough to carry the building, would that be a substantial cost to you?
No, the building where it's going to go, where you have the plan, would be exactly where the flat area would be. That's the flat.
I understand that. I'm asking you if you had to move the building elsewhere on the lot and therefore had to level the property, would that be a substantial cost to you that would create a substantial financial hardship?
Sure.
Thank you. All right. The next criteria on a variance is that the relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. Can you tell me why this is not detrimental to public interests?
Again, I'm the abutter to the left of me. There's nobody to the right of me for 47 years. There's a church across the street from me, and there's Fitchburg High School is my neighbor, and they're in the woods, and I'm surrounded by 300-400 acres of land. So there's no really buddy to, I think, all I do is try to make it look beautiful. I sell plants, mulch, I'm a farm stand, pumpkins. I don't do anything that's detrimental. I don't have noise pollution. I recycle, I'm green. I think I'm a staple of what people should be going. I think everybody should be going green. Not everybody has the privilege to do what I did for 27 years. I worked for it. Mm-hmm. My father gave me an opportunity. He thought I was crazy because he said, I don't know if that's a good idea. My father did everything. But he gave me the opportunity, and if he didn't, I don't think I'd be here today.
In the years that you have, the many years you have operated from this location, have you ever had a complaint from the location of a commercial greenhouse on the lot from any of the abutters?
No. Okay. But again, I don't know how, I keep saying I don't know how it comes back to commercial. That's a word that you people put into place.
It's the word in the zoning ordinance, that's why we use it.
Okay.
It was classified that way by the building commissioner. That's what we're using.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring us to the last criteria that we have to look at, that we can give you what you're asking for without nullifying the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
That's the last criteria. Do you have a response on that?
Yeah, like I say, that's where the chips have to fall. The building cannot go any which way. It would be a hardship for me because the order has been on hold for over a year, and I can't really believe that it's been taking this long to put up a greenhouse that's 30 feet longer, and a couple people on the board have come up. Mr. McNamara came up. You see what I'm up against. Mm-hmm. That's what I have, and that's where it's going to go. And to your question again, nobody has ever gave me any guff about it, so no.
Okay. Thank you. I am going to move on to any public comment. Is there anything you want to add before we go to that?
On public comments? No, I really don't.
We'll have board questions as well, and you'll have an opportunity to speak to any board member as a question. Is there any person present at this hearing who wishes to make public comment? Ms. Bohart, you're welcome to the meeting. If you can just announce yourself and then give your comment, thank you. Sir, if you want to sit at the table, that's probably a good idea.
Mary Jo Bohart, Economic Development Director for the city. And as Mr. Roberti has been going through his permitting for this project, I've been assisting him as he navigates it. You can imagine how for small businesses it can be daunting at times. But stepping away from all that, I just wanted to emphasize something that he also had in his remarks, but the property, there really is kind of only one natural spot where a greenhouse would go. And it's the flatter spot. And you were talking about a rise. It's actually a drop off. It's not a rise. So he has aligned it pretty much in the same direction that the prior greenhouse was, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he would have a bigger business or more business. It's simply he needs a replacement greenhouse. He found a modular option, which was a way to solve the problem. So right now, and he didn't mention it here in tonight's hearing, but right now he's greenhouseless because the other one was dilapidated. It had to be deconstructed. So we have a small business that's looking at the upcoming spring season, but no greenhouse, and that's the urgency. But I just wanted to emphasize that. He may have said that the prior time he was before you all. I just wanted to mention it again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other person present in the building who wishes to make a comment? Is there any person online who wishes to make a comment? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to check on city comments. The comment from planning is that you are slated for the planning board's agenda on November 26th for their site plan approval.
Correct.
The city departments. Okay. Commissioner Zamel, do you have any comment?
Other than Mr. Roberti has been very responsive between himself and his design team to getting this right, and he had a lot of hurdles with permitting this with his manufacturing company that just did not want to meet Massachusetts rules, and it took a lot of work from him and for me to get him over that hump. And I think he's been working hard. I think I first spoke to him last November, so he's right that it's taking the better part of a year to get here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Reynolds, any question?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of who does what you do locally, anybody else?
I'm going to have to say, well, we had Culley's in Fitchburg, but they don't sell mulch and they don't sell produce. Romano's, Doug Romano, who was a Fitchburg high school teacher, one of my first jobs I ever had when I was 12, one of them. Romano's Greenhouse, I think he ended up selling Dougie, a staple of Fitchburg. And then you have Dan Malloy, who's in West Fitchburg, mill number 9. I do believe it's 903, I'm not sure, but Dan Malloy. And again, he has a greenhouse right on the base of the Nashua River. I don't care what Dan does. I've been there longer than Dan. However, his greenhouse is right on the base of a Nashua River. So I was started in 1996 with mine, and then he came in later. But again, I don't care what Dan does. But to your question, that's who I can think of Fitchburg would have greenhouses, I would say. Culley's, Romano's, mill number 9, and that would be it.
Thank you. And then I also did look up on the plans. Your greenhouse is primarily facing south, and I did read that that is an ideal orientation to capture most of the daylight. Does the greenhouse need sun?
Again, the UV will be 100% inside. My land has no trees around it, which is very, very good because no liability there, no trees are going to fall on the building, and it's ample amount of sun. So if that greenhouse has it's 100% sun in the yard, so I can't see it having any detrimental going other way or not, because it's full sun, there's no trees.
Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, any questions?
Brian has answered every single question 2 or 3 times that I have answered. I'm fine with it. I have no problems with it, and I'd like to see him get this greenhouse on that property where he needs to put it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Talbot, any questions or comments?
No, no questions.
Mr. McLaughlin, and I'm just going to mention that I did call you when I was on a site visit with Mr. Roberti, Mr. McNamara, so I apologize again for that. Lauren would not be happy.
Sometimes good to be incognito,
It just comes out of my mouth sometimes.
so no questions.
Okay. All right, so what we're going to do next is close the public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, only the board members deliberate and then move forward to consideration on a motion for approval.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
presentation. Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing without objection. Comments from anyone on meeting the variance criteria? Go ahead, Mr. McLaughlin.
I kind of look at this as pretty straightforward. There's a brook on the property. If the brook wasn't on the property, the proposed greenhouse could be positioned such that it would meet the setbacks. And there's a brook on the property, so this pushes it into a direction where he's going to need some relief.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Talbot, any comment on the variance criteria?
No, but I would agree.
Okay. For me, when I looked at the orientation, and I asked the permit holder this question, the first question was, why can't we just turn it? Why can't we just turn it and it won't have the problem with the rear yard setback? I do think, along with Mr. Reynolds, because I was looking for ways to meet the variance criteria, that a southern oriented greenhouse is in fact more productive, better. And so I do think there's an issue related to turning it with that. In addition, this new plan that is depicted shows that the other thought I had, which was, could it be pulled forward to just start at its existing location and then it would not intrude so far into the setback? If parking is going to be required and be required to go around the existing office building, there would not be room to do that and reduce the intrusion into the setback. I do think greenhouses need to be level. If there is a need to haul in fill or take away fill to make them level, that would be a substantial hardship. Having a less productively oriented greenhouse would be a substantial hardship. And I just, with the addition of the parking and the road back there, the existing office really makes it impossible to turn. I don't think there's any detriment from the extension into the backyard setback because of the long-term nature of the farmland back there. There's no other use that's going on back there that would be impacted from the intrusion into the rear yard. Our zoning ordinance puts forth purposes. Mr. McLaughlin was reciting from them a little bit earlier today. And I do think that the granting of this variance, because of the purposes, which is to keep the rural neighborhoods in the rural residential district free from uses except those which are compatible with and convenient to the residents of the districts. that greenhouse, I asked, I used to go by and see that there were Christmas trees and Christmas balls and stuff there.
Many years ago.
But yes, but it doesn't operate there anymore, but it still does provide a farm stand in that portion of the city that is not otherwise available. So I do not think it is incompatible. I think it is compatible, provides a convenience to the residents, and therefore meets all 4 of the variance criteria. Any other discussion before we move to a deliberation on conditions or whether or not the variance criteria have been met? Does anyone have a condition to suggest on the proposed variance?
Build it and they will come.
True.
I think construction in compliance with the plan dated February 24th, 2024, in substantial compliance with that plan, as modified on November 12th, 2024, labeled Layout B.
May I make a motion, Madam Chair?
And then that as
Ask for a motion.
you may make a motion.
I make a motion under ZBA 2024-35 for Brian Roberti for dimensional variance as requested with the plan as submitted for the property at 776 Ashby State Road.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Thank you
Variance
for your
is
time.
granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need that copy, yes?
This is the one that I had from, and like I said, I have to.
Thank you.
The one.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks.
Calling the final matter on our agenda. Can find our agenda again.
Thank you, Mary Jo. And guest.
Who took the agenda, Mercedes?
The last one.
There we go.
My cat ate it.
Calling ZBA 24-28, John Lee, 21 Market Street. This is the continuance of a special permit petition to reinstate a vacant or abandoned non-conforming mixed-use structure, changing the use to another non-conforming, less detrimental use as a single-family dwelling pursuant to Section 181.94. Is this matter require continuance?
Yes, it does, Madam Chair. We are working with their team. Their designer is overseas for a couple of months, but we've had a few Zoom meetings with him and Chantel. We're trying to figure out the parking situation. They've come up with some creative ideas, but nothing quite fits yet. So we are actively working on it.
And is the city council waiting for that issue to be figured out before they move on the hold?
I believe so. Councilor Cruz has been checking in at least weekly to see where we are with the project.
Okay. I am going to check in. Is there any person present who wishes to make a comment? Sir, you're welcome to the meeting. Please approach the podium, state your name and city of residence.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I know it's late. I appreciate everyone being here. My name is Chris Menta. I live in Lunenburg, and I'm a butter at 19 Market Street.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
One of our concerns is, actually a few of the concerns is going to be the setbacks of the property, the impact to the neighborhood, snow, parking, visitors, all the above that everyone's mentioned with the past persons standing up here. I understand that this property is now being looked at as a single family, but it's still going to be, in my opinion, a burden on the neighborhood As all neighborhoods are in Fitchburg, they're getting a lot. The families moving in and getting, the families moving in and getting larger, but the properties are staying the same size. So the impacts are not productive, in my opinion, and the uses on the city services is being drained. Snow is a huge issue, as you're all aware of in the area. With the limited parking, the impact on the streets, as Mr. Byrne has mentioned earlier, with city services having issues. So those are a few of the things that I think we should look at, regardless if it's a single family or a two-family.
Right. Thank you, sir, for your comment. Do you have anything else you would like to add?
No, I'd just like to say you guys are very detailed in your conversations. I can definitely tell you I appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming down and staying so late.
Mm-hmm.
We can do this.
All right. Is there any other person online who would like to make a comment on this matter? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. We have Luis Hernandez, and I'm going to allow you to talk. Sir, you're welcome to the meeting. Please just state for me your city of residence, and then you may speak.
Hi, good evening. Luis Hernandez from Brooklyn, New York.
Okay. What would you like to say, sir?
My son helped me to translate what I'm saying. Do I speak English, but I have my accent, and he can do better than me.
Okay, that's fine. Put your son on, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Anthony Hernandez.
Hi. Welcome to the meeting. What would you like to say?
I'm going to be translating for my father.
Thank you.
Dile que las casas que están alrededor de nosotros tienen 3 familias. Sin embargo, nosotros de 3 familias estamos bajando a menos familias y estamos buscando la forma de conseguir parqueo suficiente, aunque ahí caben carros, porque al lado hay y ahí caben carros, pero ya buscamos una forma de problema de parqueo.
So what he's basically saying is that he is the owner of the property. We know we've been looking forward to reducing the impact of the community by eliminating the use of multifamily, converting it to a single family, and we're looking forward to moving forward by having less parking, where in the surrounding areas there's multifamily houses, and we know we're doing our best to make sure that where a community needs, we're respecting that in that matter by making it into more affordable space.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Okay. Que gracias por su tiempo y que nosotros tenemos espacio como otra gente que tiene 3 y nosotros sin embargo estamos reduciendo a la familia.
I just wanted to restate that. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and that he's looking forward to help the community by reducing, the space needed for the house.
Okay. Thank you both. Please, if you would stay on with us for a few minutes, where you are the property owner. I'm going to mute you, but if we need to ask a question, I'm going to turn your microphone back on. Commissioner Zamel.
Madam Chair, just for full transparency and clarity, we do have enough parking for the single-family use. That we've got resolved. We have resolved. What we're working on with planning and with them and their designer is the 2-family portion and getting sufficient parking for the 2-family. They've looked at possibly building parking underneath the building, and we're having some challenges with turning radii for that. So they're looking at various options on how to make this a 2-family and meet all of the parking requirements on site. The fallback would be the single family, which they already have enough parking.
So we just had the property owner state that they were looking to convert it to a single family. That was the statement by the property owner. And I would, because I don't want to see this process dragged out. It just lets the property continue to deteriorate if nobody's living there or renovating it. I just suggest that the property owner get some clarity on what they want to do. The single-family home path is a much clearer path. The two-family is less clear. And I would urge you to kind of think about timing in your resolution on this property. The city council, as I said, still needs to resolve its issue with the claim on the property. And I think that is with the city property committee to resolve. I think legislative affairs also needed to resolve it. But we don't resolve that question.
Question.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. McNamara.
Mr. McLaughlin, go ahead and ask your question.
For clarification, if the applicant would like to proceed, Mr. Hernandez would like to proceed with building a single-family home, as he mentioned, once the property committee hurdle, he's set to go, correct?
He has to provide parking on site. And if he is undertaking a renovation of more than 50% of the dwelling, which I understand that he is, or would need to, then he falls within the provision of the code that allows the building commissioner to grant that permission, and we don't need to. It's not within our purview.
But I thought single-family homes were exempt from all of that.
Single-family home.
Am I incorrect?
No, they are, and because this was two principal uses previously, sorry, Madam Chair, it was a principal single-family use and a principal business use, that technically they could get away with no changes in the parking, but they are providing 2 on-site parking spaces currently, trying to get 4.
So this is a residential neighborhood, right?
Yes.
So if
there used to be a club downstairs.
If they want to just convert it to a single-family home,
they can.
They can do it. So that's their easy path.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
But until that, if they're using the easy pass, they do not need to seek relief from us. If they are not using the easy path, then they will need to seek release from us, which we cannot grant until all of the owners of the property, which now include the city of Fitchburg, give permission for the matter to proceed. So that is why it's not resolved. We have a comment, and Mr. Hernandez, I am going to ask you to pay attention to this comment. It comes from the Board of Health. The property owner needs to register the property as vacant with the Health Department. So the city of Fitchburg maintains a registry.
Not the first time this has happened.
Thank you, Dan.
Who said we were in the dark?
The city of Fitchburg maintains a registry of all vacant properties, and property owners are required to register. I believe that is operated by the Health Department, Commissioner Zamel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez is asking to speak again. I am going to ask you to keep it brief, sir. Go ahead.
Que registre la casa. Dile que yo no tengo problema de registrarla y quiero que me ayuden a mover esto rápido porque yo tengo parqueo para 2 familias. Tengo suficiente parqueo para 2 familias y yo tengo un problema de registrarla, dile.
He has no issue with registering with the health department. We'll get that resolved. But he believes also that we could push forward for the 2-family house he believes we have parking for a two-family house. He strongly wants to move forward with the two-family. We understand that with the one family is an easier path, but our main goal was to have a two-family and to find the additional parking within the property lines for those two families. We have a plan.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I am going to look for a time to continue this matter. Mr. Hernandez, I am going to ask if you consent to extend all deadlines if the board votes to continue the hearing. Do you agree, sir?
Yes. Yes, we agree.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zamel, 3 months?
3 months seems a lot, but they can always request to come in sooner, so I would say yes, 3 months.
Okay. I would be looking for a motion for a continuance of this matter to February 11th, 2025.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? All right. We are continued until February 11th. Mr. Hernandez, you will receive a writing agreeing to continue all deadlines from the building department. Please sign that and return that. All right. It is now 10:51. This is the latest meeting we have had in a long time. We have a final matter on our agenda, which was to review rules and regs. It is too late. I think we need to put that off to the next meeting, and so I'm going to ask if anybody has anything else before we have a motion to adjourn.
Say goodbye to the zonies. Goodbye, zonies.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Good night, everybody.